Hey, llamas! Welcome to Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase once again. I need to admit something before we start. I thought I am going to set up more outposts, but I think I am a bit tired with this. We've got some more important stuff to check, and probably we're going to conduct some crash tests. I will explain how much you can mess up your train system in a moment. That's something that even my fiancé couldn't expect, couldn't predict, nor any of my Twitch llama mods. So I guess it's going to surprise you as well if you haven't watched the previous week stream. But where the Agoraphobic Megabase title come from? And I have noticed that many of you actually asked this question. So let me explain. I was always playing with aggressive biters that are expanding, evolving, attacking automatically. And I could never build the real Megabase. I always had to protect myself. That means if I never had enough of the resources, I had to build very, very dense structures. And it never helped me. So after 800 hours of Factorio experience, I've decided to just go with peaceful biters this time for the first time ever and try to build my first Megabase. And as you can tell, I am already trying my best to build more outposts, to build less dense, but still you can see that there is some kind of fear behind it. There is some kind of fear of feeling more space. And that's why it's a Agoraphobic Megabase. It might not be a Megabase to everybody else who is more experienced than me, but to me as a llama, this already becomes a Megabase. So that's a quick introduction to the whole concept of this playthrough. And now, let's sum up what happened on the last stream last week. We've got this huge outpost setup where I decided to add some oil. Basically, this big railway is supposed to handle many trains that mainly deliver copper, iron ore. Everything was working well, even if I had to connect it with the single train tracks going both ways. Somehow I've managed to do that. I don't have many hours of experience with trains in general. I was building very, very simple structures most of the time. And this is how this came to life. Because I've managed to reverse the logic in one case, and it turns out that I love this project so much that I am not giving up on this. I am not rebuilding this unless we break it. My theory was that this should break when I add about 5 trains or more. As far as I'm concerned, we already have 5 trains here. And still, it didn't break, so I need to try harder. We've got 8 cargo wagons long trains right now in the setup. So I really hope to see how everything is gonna crash with each other, especially because the northern west part that is going towards the iron ore unloading station is with is based on reversed train track logic. So here's the left side as the transportation system, and the others are the right side. So we got right side logic with left side logic mixed with 2 one-way train tracks connecting with 1 type of 2-way train tracks. It's huge. But we wait for it to break. I know it can be easily fixed. I am not going to fix it. I want crash tests. So there is going to be a disaster one day. And if you think that it's not enough, it gets better. Because we got additional train tracks right there. And these train tracks are connecting with oil supply. Yes, I decided to add oil supply to all of this because I've got this absolutely awesome 10k crude oil yield that I've never seen before. Of course, I've never seen it before because I never went so far away from my base. So I've decided to connect it. We need a lot of oil. We need to produce all of the plastic. And where do you think I produce all of the oil products? Of course, this is somewhere close to my main base, to my main bus. And yes, it is right there. So what's the catch? This is my first setup that I've made that was kind of legit nice setup to make a loop, to make the more than one train to be used to bring in some kind of resource and unload it. It worked well until I figured out that all of the trains around here use the same train track to go both ways. Obviously, it's not going to fit the current strategy that we're supposed to use 2 train tracks going one way only. So last stream was based on connecting 2 one-way train tracks with all of that old stuff, which means I had to build 2 train tracks to use one of them and then add another one. But there is another little thing that I've mentioned. Okay, you might already see what is the root of the problem. The root of the problem is my idea of trains. So far, the llama from the past really tried her best to make the biggest spaghetti ever. I thought I have enough of the space. And you can definitely see dense building that shows up in my train tracks. There are many, many railway crossings. And there is a certain place where I couldn't add 2 train tracks. I couldn't add the second one. So some of the pieces, some of the segments of train tracks for oil are shared. It kind of works, but I know that some of these signals are going full disco, so they are changing the colors all the time. I believe that it might break soon. And maybe I will try to untangle all the other trains to make it slightly more manageable. Can I manage to do that, keeping in mind that we have so little of the space and this is the biggest knot in my base? I have no idea, but I think it's time to do it on today's stream. Yes. So welcome once again to the Agoraphobic Megabase. I am Laureen the Llama, and I will guide you through all of that madness. Hopefully. So welcome everybody who arrived in the chat so far, welcome everybody who might be lurking, everybody else who might see this video when it gets highlighted, no matter if it's Twitch or YouTube, because I am multi-streaming this. Okay. The channel point rewards are available, so you can redeem the name in the game, and depends on the current situation, you can either ask for your name to be added to the map, or you can ask for the name on the Spidertron as long as I have a named Spidertron. And I can see that there is one available, so grab your name in the game right now and tell me which color you want for your Spidertron, so I can assign it to you. I was trying to make it right for each Spidertron to use different set of resources. This is my Spidertron army on a budget. I was hoping that having so many Spidertrons that I am using exclusively for defending myself, because I couldn't really afford any rockets, and my general production is extremely low. I thought that the best way would be to use personal laser defense, throw it on each Spidertron, and just try to clear the nests this way. It kind of works, but there is a huge mess in the trunk of each Spidertron. Okay, I am going to drop this because we don't need it right now, but probably probably I will have to clean up all of that mess again. Why do I have beacons? Don't ask me. I know that Kenny's Spidertron can hold all of the storage tanks, something that is related to all of the pipes. So that's something I can already get rid of, and I know that Inter's Spidertron was mostly made to hold many rails, signals, locomotives, fluid wagons, train stops, anything that relates to trains, including the rocket fuel or any other type of fuel. Laser says I will do my best to defend you. You can't defend somebody who can't defend themselves. And would you look at that, Lames? Here's the thing I'm talking about. This chain signal cannot divide the segments, and I believe that I could have done this better. Is this going to resolve the issue? No. I am still not sure what should I do when the chain signals, or pretty much any signals, behave like this. So I will have to think about that. But guys, let's send all of the spiders, because every spider is following my main spider. I sit in a black spider that is called main, and all of the other Spidertrons are following this one here in particular. I will have to reach this station because I am not able to connect everything to logistic network yet. Yes, the llama from the past have messed up, and the llama from the past didn't try to build according to the grid. And I deeply regret that. I just never built according to the grid. I need to learn this. So sometimes I will have to add more fuel to the trains so they can work in the first place. Kunuki, good to see you. Oh, it's been a while. How have you been? Also, it's Friday. It's time to read Factorio Friday facts today. In about 40 minutes, I am going to launch Factorio Friday facts that we're going to read. And then we can enjoy the weekend officially. So Do you have any plans for the weekend, Kunuki? If I may ask. Feel free to let me know what are your plans. Alright, so let me just quickly throw stuff in. Oh, I have to wait for Interspider. Okay, I will show you the part that I'm trying to divide. Yes. You can see that it's quite complex case right there. I have two trains that are supposed to carry oil. One of them needs to arrive at this station that you see right there, get the oil, and go back to the unloading station by using this loop right there, and then join that part of train track, because this is the second train track that goes one way only, and this one below needs to go one way only. But because this was an old setup that was two-way back in the day, I needed to do something just in case if there is another train that needs to go somewhere far to the northern east. So I've decided to quickly squeeze in another train track that would just move past all of that train stop. I don't really have much space in here, so I was trying to just use the existing solution and slightly rebuild it to make it work in the first place. And I was hoping that this change signal will work for this part of the train stop, the train track, and then, because this is so squished that I can't really squeeze in another signal here, I thought that this change signal will be okay in this spot. So the other train fits here perfectly, and then it's going to wait, just in case if the train that already loaded the crude oil at this station could already go towards the unloading station. I mean, technically it works, but I get full disco right there, and it bothers me. I will show you the rest of the train tracks as soon as I add some fuel. Because I know that I'm not going here anytime soon, so we just need to load as much as we can. That's right. Yeah, it works automatically. Okay. Beware, llamas. There is going to be a huge mess, and I am aware of that. Alright, let's get back to that place. And it's right there, yeah. So the fun starts right there, but there is another train that is coming from the far northern east. The blinking signal means that it's an invalid location. Avon, hello, good to see you, and happy Friday. You can put it just after station, and it should fit there. Okay, let's see if it truly works. Isn't that a bit too close? Maybe it's going to work this way. Let's see. But I need to get there, because my lazy bots... Oh yeah, I'm not even in the network right there. My lazy bots wouldn't even do that. I tend to complain about my logistic bots quite a lot. And Kunuki, I haven't answered before. Sleep is a very good way to spend the weekend. It's not about making yourself uncomfortable by thinking how many things you need to do in order to just take care of everything that we need to take care of. Sometimes you just need to rest physically, mentally. And I think that getting a good sleep is one of the best ways to regenerate. Okay, I can sleep on demand, so... So I guess that I would approve that anyway. So I wish you a really, really good sleep this weekend, Kunuki. I'd say just get rid of that particular signal for now. Well, I need to get there. Oh, I am here already. Fine, 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 fine. Okay, this means we don't have full disco. I wonder if it's gonna work better. So, guys, I think that long term it's going to crash anyway, and I think about rebuilding this. So maybe I will quickly show you how does it work exactly, because we've got a lot of spaghetti to the west. Better solution is rebuild top track without that dip. It should allow to move both chain signals closer. Yeah, but what am I going to do with another train? I didn't want to send it through this part in between the pipes. I still want to keep that tiny station and use up all of the crude oil that I am extracting. So maybe I will show you this path in general. Those two train tracks that are coming right there, let's ignore the one in between because this is... I believe this is iron ore. This is kind of the new correct way to build stuff. Laser asks, can I make one Spidertron the color I want? Yes, you can. There is one Spidertron that is available, and I believe that you haven't redeemed the name in the game for Spidertron, so yes, just redeem it. And if you could give me the RGB values for a particular color, possibly the color that wouldn't mess with others, that would be great. So we got yellow, we got pinkish color, red, white, black as my main, teal, green, and this orange one is just the regular one. Keep part where it goes up a bit, then remove part where it goes a bit down. Oh, this one, okay, we can check that. I dislike using one Spidertron that every other spider follows. I guess you mean something like this. Oh, here we go again. And I was trying to connect it in the least invasive way. Sometimes I just don't fit the curse. Do you think that this would be a better solution? That would be slightly better? I sent you PM about the color, but I don't know RGB. Oh, laser. Laser, that would be so much better if we could get RGB color. Go even more to right. Okay, so you think that I should connect it right there with the train stop in a way. I want to avoid the train stop. Give me a second now, because because now I need to break it. It's not like it was working perfectly before, because it wasn't. But this is supposed to hold another train, so I need to keep it, and oh my god, okay. This is what I need. Oh, no, no, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, game. This way. What's the color? I can look up RGB. Right now, all of my hands and all of my human puppet fingers are focused on trying to match. Go directly into diagonal path that goes out. this one? Because this is where the train should go, pretty much. So it has to be connected this way. Because the train that is about to chill here, on this piece, it needs to use this train track in particular, and it needs to go to far east. So I am not sure which part we are talking about. Oh no, 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 no. When I see it, I'm just getting this traumatic experience. Okay, let me read the chat. That would share the train block with a train stopped at the station. Exactly, and I tried to avoid that. I was asking Laser so I could get the RGB for you so it would be easier. Thanks, Spy Guy. Also, welcome! Nice to see you! Then rightward with no downward curving. Oh yeah, that one. Okay. I mean, there is still this going on. So I'd say it's isn't that too much of the mess in between? Let's see. Let me add one chain signal here, another chain signal is right there, and this one. I hope that the gods of trains are not going to be mad. Yay, guys! You helped me so much, thanks! Oh, wow. Okay, it should work this way. It should work. But now, you will probably be shocked. If you haven't seen the previous stream, you're probably going to be mad seeing where all of it goes. Long time lurker, first time chatter. Oh, Pie Guy, you're lurking all the time. Thank you so much for your support. It's so nice that you decided to speak up. Of course, if you need to lurk, feel free to lurk. I just never check the chat, so I never know who's watching, and it's just great to have you here. Okay, guys, so where all of it comes from, let's think about this part of the train. And I can even send that train back to show you. How does it work? Where is that train? It should chill somewhere. No, this is the western pickup. This is the northern east. No, I am looking for the eastern one. This is the locomotive that we're looking for. We can send this one away. Go, go, go. This one is going to arrive at the station, but we've got enough of the crude oil. This is not a big buffer, although I really need to bring in more oil right there because this yield is extremely small. It was okay at the beginning, but it's still extremely small. Oh, my lazy botbots are actually working on those upgrades. Good, that means that I produce slightly more than I should. But my base should be at around 700 megawatts of energy usage, in my opinion. So there is a dramatic underproduction. Also, I disconnected the the plastic. But let's send it to its original station and we will get through that manually, so you'll see what are we dealing with. And also, I hope that the gods of trains are going to bless us with no death. That's okay, that's all one rail block intersection. Yeah. Also, probably a good idea to replace top outgoing chain for normal signal. Top outgoing. This one for the regular one? Okay, stop. You stop. I remember that part. Wait a minute. Wait. You remember what? That part of the train tracks, but I was not this one, the one before it. This one, you say? There is enough space for train here? Yes, there is enough of space. Definitely. This is enough of space. This is enough of space. These are short for fluid wagon long locomotives, trains, not the locomotives. Words are hard today. So you assume I should do something like this, or even something like... No. Remember that station when oil was unloading? Wow! Yeah, it's been a long time, right? But now, with all of the changes, you will see how that works. Okay, so this signal needs to become red. Works as expected. And now we need to turn left because this train is arriving at the station, not at that other station. By the way, I use only one train per outpost to make it slightly easier. So we turn left. So have I used this rail signal right? Did you want to put it right there? This was replaced by rail signal right now. You can't look it up, but thanks for trying. Wait a minute. Okay, laser. Oh, laser. I can't pick that color. I don't know what exactly this color is. You can't allow multicolored spider-trons, unfortunately. Oh. Laser is being too sweet. It will allow train to sit where you are now. Yeah. So the train needs to stay here. Wait, if there is any other train coming this way. There is only one coming this way, but still. And then it joins this one-way railway. And this is all right. Yeah, feel free to upgrade. Yes, because my lazy bot bots, the local lazy bot bots, are not going to do it anytime soon. Unless we're out of the logistic network, but this is not an excuse for them, by the way. No, seriously. Bye, guy. Thank you so much for trying to help Laser, but it was supposed to be more than one color, and it's not possible to make it for Spider-Trons. Alright, so we go further here. And this is the part that goes one way only. The bottom one goes the opposite way, one way only. And everything looks good so far. Looks safe so far. And now we get to the first intersection. This might be coal, this might be iron ore. Yes, this is coal station. This is train track going both ways. Yes. I have a lot of this stuff in my old part of the base. We're in the old part of the base, but we continue. We can handle it. It's okay, it's working. Now we get to another intersection, really slowly, but it makes it more difficult because this part of the base is definitely not going to fit another train track. Because we've got intersection with, I believe that was copper train that was passing by. We got connection with another iron ore unloading station, I believe, going towards north. Yeah, so we got 2 crossings already, and I couldn't squeeze in another one. I could try it, although you can see that we got transport belts that I was not in the mood to move around at all. Hello, Kenny. Happy Factorio Friday. Oh, yes. Good to see you, Kenny. Please hug bells. Meow. Hello. The normal signal near you, close to chain, is not needed. I am trying to divide all of the parts of the train tracks in segments that could fit more than one train, because in the future I would like for more than one train to use all of that railway. At least that's the beautiful plan for the future. What are you doing, bots? They're stealing something from me. Oh yeah, that was iron ore. I was correct. So in order to handle this part, you can see what's going on here already. But in order to handle this part and also another double crossing and also some other crossing. This is lubricant, I believe. Yes, this is lubricant. It goes two ways as well. I've decided to partially use some segments of the train tracks as shared ones. Yes, they are bad bots. Yes, they are, Kenny. They are extremely lazy. What are you doing? I don't have any logistic I wanted to say I don't have any logistic requests, but this is legit. Thanks. Okay, thanks, bots. At least you do something this time. So this train is going to share this part of the train tracks. And then, depending on the situation, it might want to arrive on this little piece of the train track, which fits that train. So I will show you. This definitely works in a way. The funniest part is that it actually works. I just expect crash at some point. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I believe that the unloading would have to be done. Oh, near the locomotive. So I assume that this signal is supposed to be removed. Okay, I will remove it here. But my lazy bots can do that. Okay, allow the lazy bots to do that. So this train is chilling. There is a high chance that another train is going to get back the same way. So it's using this segment of train tracks. Although right now it turned red. So there is a chance that the train will stop right there. There is a chance. So when we pass through this, the north-south tracks, we're not interested in them. This is lubricant. This is something else. Oh, hello, iron train. We are supposed to turn right. And now this is exclusively one-way train track that is about to get us to the station. And now we can just turn right and chill at one of these side tracks and wait until the other trains are going to unload everything. And then we get the loop. So I think that I can put this into automatic mode, so it's gonna wait. So getting back is pretty much similar. So we use the loop, we go this way, we turn left to this train track, so below the track that we used to get there. And this is exclusive, but then we've got this intersection, we got this shared piece, and this one to get back to the exclusive one-way train track. And this is what I was able to do as fast as I could, just to make the existing solution work and adding something new. I always try to build in the way that is not breaking everything for a longer time, for a longer period of time. And this is how it kind of works, but it's slightly controversial, so I will have to rebuild this, and also I need to get rid of all of that one-way train tracks. Sorry, two-way train tracks to make them into two one-way train tracks. strangely, it all can work. Yes. Yes, Kunuki, I am sorry that you probably feel shocked by all of this. But somehow it works until it crashes, so I am waiting for it to crash, pretty much. And so far so good, because we are unloading too slowly. But this is the old part of the base, and I simply... I simply can't squeeze in more stuff, but I will have to this time. Oh, we don't have regular blue transport builds. Great! Okay, Llama, here you go. Here goes your upgrade. But we need plastic. No Barbie dolls have been harmed during the making of the stream, and of course it's gonna look god-awful. We know that. We know that already. The coal is used only, or at least mostly, yes, to provide... Why it goes this way? Okay, I made some other mess. We want to produce plastic. Oh, this okay, I know which connection was broken. It's better, guys. It gets better. Oh my god, love it. Well, the main goal is to make the existing solution work no matter what, and then to rebuild it. But I don't have blue belts anymore. The blue belts are going to be used for all of the upgrades that I have planned for my base. Okay, now we are delivering enough for the plastic production. See, the rails, the rails are a problem. The amount of space is a problem. That's why I call it Agoraphobic Megabase. Oh, you've got RGB. Okay, we will get this RGB value soon, Mr. Laser. Have you redeemed the name in the game? Yes, you did. Yes. See, the fun part is that it can actually work, and I have no idea why. But it's a nice experience. Please remember to pray to the train gods, so I am not going to die today, because this is definitely going to invoke some train gods' wrath when they see that it can actually work. I will tell you something funny, and I hope that Laser doesn't mind. I was trying to explain it in detail to Laser. How does it work? Why does it work this way? Why I kinda had to do this? And Laser, a very chill guy, who says that there is no wrong way to play Factorio, said, just please move like 1,000 tiles away and build everything from scratch and build the new base. So even Laser couldn't handle it, let alone all of my other Llama mods who are Factorio players. So yeah, see what Laser has to deal with on a regular basis. But I hope that he still loves me. If he would marry me... Oh, probably he's not gonna marry me anymore. We are engaged, but he's not gonna marry me anymore. Because of that mess. Like, this is where he draws the line. It's okay, it's work, it's just work. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. Alright, where is the spider throne that is empty? This is the one, and this will be called... We can use your full username. And what are the RGB values? 105, 86, 88. Okay, I might find it difficult to make a difference between my main one and yours, but it's okay. We need to give you... Oh, you got lasers. You are going to fire the lasers. Great. All right, let's get to main. Main. Yes, okay. So guys, it's supposed to work, but I am aware that this is the short-term solution. Laser feels sorry for himself. We're already engaged. There is possibly no turning back from now on. Alright guys. So the goal for today's stream. Since we got this figured out, you helped me to just make it slightly less awful. You can see that we've got all the other train tracks that are a huge mess. Of course, I have to do something about that. Ask Laureen anything. Okay, Laser, what's your question? I am afraid to ask what's your question. Oh, wait, guys. Wait. There are some things that I could definitely deconstruct in here. And I think that if everything works right... Oh yeah, you can see one of the previous solutions, very, very old solution, by the way. This was my original, my first unloading station. And this is only 4 wagons long trains. And yes, that part is used exclusively by one train, and this one is used exclusively by one train. Yes, if you thought about this, you are correct. I will have to remove this, rebuild it somehow to make something like the main bus. I never had a one type of railway that would carry many other trains that can just go different ways, arrive at different stations, unload different types of products. We've got this. So to make a little bit more of the space, I might need to get rid of that station, but I need to keep it until I rebuild other stuff. I've got the plan to plug these 2 trains into our existing bigger unloading station. That would be my goal for today. And I need to rethink to get back to connect all of the dots and think, where are those trains coming from? Is it possible to connect them? It is possible. I just need to do it in the least invasive way. But the more trains we add to the main iron ore unloading station, the bigger is the chance that we're gonna break this. And I am not rebuilding it until it breaks completely. So I want to embrace this chaos. That's all planned. Yes, that works as well. And I am proud of it, just like a disappointed mother that is proud with her child, even if she knows that something went wrong at some point. And this connects the copper unload, iron ore unload. There are side tracks for the oil that I mentioned before, and it would be so awesome to add the stone train, but I don't have the stone unloading station like anywhere. And also uranium. Uranium is a little bit tricky because the kind of challenge is to build a megabase that is based purely on the steam power plant, no matter how big it is, and I'm not going nuclear. But technically, I could use this uranium ore to make the nuclear fuel, not the nuclear fuel cell, and I could burn it in the boilers to get more energy, which sounds a little bit like a cheat. And also I could use it for trains, so they would they would run faster, although it might be a disadvantage because I was bragging about not getting hit by a train ever, but one day it's changed. So let's try to take care of one of the easier train tracks so I could get less of the trains arriving at the station and send them to this unloading station. And you can already see that there is an easy way to just plug something in. Yes, that mess can be figured out really easily. I'm not doing that. Here we've got long trains, 8 wagons long. And I think that it's okay to add shorter trains. I am not going to make them longer just because this was old build and I don't think it's worth it. It's enough of the effort to just load stuff on this train in the first place because this is depleting already. And this is depleting already. Soon we're not going to have a VIP super exclusive copper smelting for the chips, for the green chips and red ones. Yep, because this is the VIP super exclusive stuff. So technically I could try to wait. There is only 419k of iron ore, but we need to load it somehow. Oh yeah, I reminded myself that I should use stack inserters more. But there is dramatic underproduction in general. Do we have logistic network here? Of course not. Blady, hello! Hail the chips, but not with yogurt. Oh, Blady. Blady is not allowing me to become heretic. Hello, thank you for 75 stream streak. Enjoy your hay bricks. I hope that you're having a good day. What are your weekend plans? If you would like to respond, of course. Nom. Enjoy the hay bricks. I just tried to save your soul. There is no way to save my soul anymore. I sold it to a big company. In Quebec, they sometimes have chips, fries with mayo, and this is great. I mean, I love the French fries with mayo. Let's say a little bit of heresy never killed anyone, okay? No, you should try it, really. French fries with mayo is a very interesting experience. Oh, by company you mean Bridges or Ubisoft? Yeah, yes, something like that. Of course not Ubisoft, please do not sue me for anything. We're just joking here. Have you ever heard Talking Llama? You probably didn't. Okay, guys. Should I actually do something about this train? The 400k, judging by the speed of the mining process, is going to take a while to get rid of all of this, to deconstruct it. But then we would have so much of free space. Let's try to deal with this train track because I'm sure that we're going to use it for longer. And it goes somewhat this way, and I believe that this part of the track is exclusive already to the... Oh yeah, here's the train. Speaking of the train, yeah, this is exclusive spot, and here we have 24 million. Okay, this needs to be rebuilt, no matter what. I will try to make it into something. Let's try to connect it to the existing solution. And oh my god, my poor soul is it hurts me because I think I know what to do. Of course, keeping in mind that I keep the existing solution and just add to it to replace it slowly over time, I am going to just split the strain track. And of course, we either go around this, which doesn't make much sense, or we could just plug it in directly to this part by having another intersection that might hurt quite a lot. Oh, Conriette, I believe that I didn't say hello to you. Happy weekend! I think Harus has a different disagreement with that whole heresy never killed anyone thing. But we speak Factorio. Alright, Llamas, let's save the game before we get to the absolutely worst part ever. Let's read Factorio Friday Facts. Because I tend to read it in about first hour of the stream to chill a bit, and then we get to the more difficult part. More annoying parts. Yeah. I saw talking animals in Madagascar movie. Close enough, Blady. But you're a talking llama as well. For the weekend, I would gladly make some short trip with camera. And later do some shopping for art utilities. Wow, Blady, what are you planning? What kind of art are you planning to make? Oh, yes, make sure that you let us know. I love shopping for art supplies, but I haven't done this in a very long time because I don't need anything. But if you get me to the art supply shop, and if you allow me to stay somewhere around all of the sketchbooks, and different types of paper, colored paper, watercolor paper, marker paper, I could buy a lot. So I just naturally avoid it, because I need to use up the paper I have. And my the last time I bought some single pastels, I believe, and gray paper, and I was trying to sketch something that I have found on Pinterest by using the gray paper, adding some really dark, like black shading, but also adding the highlights with the white pastels. And that's just something that I loved. I did that last year. I need to get back to this because I have many pages of that paper. And also I was planning to get the blue one. Don't ask me why, I just wanted it. For some reason. To you as well? The only heresy in Factorio is belt spaghetti. Welcome to the heresy stream. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Art shops are my sanctuaries. I usually go there just to stand close to the lot of color papers or pencils, especially after a hard day at work. But this time I need some special things that the shop does not have on site. Blady, I feel you. I relate so much. Just... we need to stay away from the paper, from the paper shelves. Just stay away from it. Don't look at the beautiful colors of the acrylic paints. Nope. Paper for prints, pastels, coloring pencils, colored thick paper. Yes, the thick paper could be used for the markers. I've got alcohol-based markers. I've got a set of cool grays. Yeah. You can also use the different grain of paper, so it depends if you need cold pressed or hot pressed paper. You can spend a lot of stuff on art supplies. I feel you so much, Blady. I feel like you're my llama mates, like art llama soulmates that struggles the same way as I do. I think the ladies that run the shop like me because I always buy something. It is a possibility, but, well, you are a regular visitor, so why shouldn't they like you, right? Also, aren't you a llama that everybody would like anyway? Anna Franil, hello, happy weekend. Good to see you, everyone. You arrived just in time for the newest Factorio Friday facts. Let's try to read some. I am trying to refrain myself from commenting anything before I read the full paragraph. I will try to do it this time as well. Let's enjoy today's Friday facts. I'm going to read as much as I can, and then I will try to respond to the chat and make some more theories about what could be done. I'm a little bit salty. Let me say something. I know that for the sake of the performance, it would be really nice to keep everything symmetrical as much as possible, especially if you've got rotating enemies. I understand all of that. They explained it in the previous Factorio Friday facts. But the thing that would fit the new planet, the Gleba planet, I think if they could make the biggest ones, the biggest stompy guys, more orchid-like, more plant-like than the starfish. I don't know, for some reason that fits my idea of this planet more, and that's why I am not sure what to think about the new monsters. Like, they are cool, but they could be much cooler. But the performance, right? All right, so let's read, because we got some legs involved. Unfortunately, not hands this time, but at least they're leaving the hands to us, the llamas, so we are still allowed to use human puppet hands. Great. So today's Friday facts number 425, behind the legs. Hello, make way for the pentapods. Last week in FFF 424, we announced 2 entirely new enemies coming to Factorio Space Age: Stompers and Strafers. This week, we're going to take you on a behind-the-scenes tour of some of the features, systems, and optimizations that brought these adorable monsters to life. We'll also talk about the techniques we used to prepare last week's announcement. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so let's dive right in. Starting with optimizations. From the very beginning, we knew we wanted pentapods to reuse the code that drives Spidertron legs, but we also knew that Spidertron had some performance issues. If we could not solve the issues, then adding pentapods to Factorio would really harm UPS. Even though premature optimizations are usually a bad idea, we had very little choice in the matter. In order to bring pentapods to life, I first needed to optimize Spidertron. Deduplicating work. The most obvious performance problem with Spidertrons happened when they navigated over obstacles. In 1.1, you can observe a noticeable slowdown by commanding a squad of Spidertrons to cross a wide river. In some saves, as few as 10 Spidertrons could affect UPS. The first culprit that I found was the algorithm that searched for an empty space to place each leg. In 1.1, the algorithm scans in an outward spiral, checking every 1/5 of a tile for collisions with a tile, for example water, or entity in that location, in an area of up to 16 by 16 titles.
Word of our community's acclaim
Tiles!
spreads.
Oh my god, words are hard today, we got the raid. Colonel Will, welcome to Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase. We just started reading Factorio Friday Facts. How was your stream today? Thank you for the quick shout out to Colonel Will, who is an awesome Factorio streamer, but also he plays a lot of different transportation based games, builder games. So if there is anyone who doesn't know Colonel Will, make sure that you follow them. I hope that you had a great stream today, and of course feel free to lurk if you need to. I believe that you have been reading Factorio Friday Facts today, right? What do you think about it? And everybody from the raid, feel free to speak up as well. What do you think about today's Friday Facts as we are going to read it out loud? And in general, if anybody needs to lurk, feel free to lurk. Remember to take care of your body, stretch, stay hydrated, and enjoy the chill before we get to the hard stuff in the in my playthrough, because we got some real rail spaghetti going on. And I wonder, how the hell does that work in the first place? Didn't really tell us much. I believe that at least they are being consistent with the Friday Facts. They build up this hype, definitely. So I don't mind reading, although I prefer this type of articles like last week, where there was a lot more attention put into the concept art and the general concept behind the planets, how they are supposed to work with what we have right now. And optimizations, okay, it's important. I'm glad that they add this, but I definitely prefer something like the previous Friday Facts. But I can't believe that you're not hyped for the Space Age DLC incoming. You probably are hyped anyway. So I believe that they are delivering news, and that's the most important thing. Guys, let me introduce myself before we get back to this paragraph. My name is Laureen, I am a variety streamer, I'm a talking llama that plays Factorio on Fridays, and we read Factorio Friday Facts just like now. In general, I am interested in survival strategy games, so I played games like Frostpunk, we're looking forward to Frostpunk 2, There Are Billions, and other games that can possibly squeeze out the absolutely weirdest decision from you to save your settlements, colonies, and so on. Also, I am doing RimWorld streams every Sunday with Twitch Toolkit, where I am trying to tell the stories of all of my llamas that were brave enough to become part of the colony. And also I play Darkest Dungeon too. Yesterday there was a quite assault farm, I need to admit that, but this is the type of games that I enjoy, and Factorio is my kind of comfort zone game, my chill game. And we're chilling here by making some nice spaghetti, and also I am trying to get better to play Space Age DLC as soon as is it released. But the Agoraphobic Megabase is slightly tricky. Do you know why is it tricky? Well, I will explain that after reading Factorio Friday Facts, so stay tuned for that. Troopin, it's great to see you here. Thank you for redeeming name in the game. I am going to add it as the name on the map, because we don't have Spider-Trons currently. I hope that you're okay with that. Okay, let's get back to reading Factorio Friday Facts. Deduplicating work. The most obvious performance problem with Spider-Trons happened when they navigated over obstacles. In 1.1, you can observe a noticeable slowdown by commanding a squad of Spider-Trons to cross a wide river. In some saves, as few as 10 Spider-Trons could affect UPS. The first culprit that I found was the algorithm that searched for an empty space to place each leg. In 1.1, the algorithm scans in an outward spiral, checking every 1/5 of a tile for collisions with a tile, for example, water, or entity in that location in an area of up to 16 by 16 tiles. In the worst case, where there are no empty spaces, this algorithm conducts around 6,400 collision checks. Ouch. That's a lot already. And sometimes Spider-Tron can seriously get stuck. Happy working, Blady! Please do not go broke by buying all of these art supplies that you plan to buy. We had some art supplies conversation. I like to derail the stream topic quite a bit, so make sure that you are used to that. All of the positions a Spider-Tron's legs check for collisions. This example shows 1600 checks, but this isn't even the worst possible case. This isn't even the final form. Also, not illustrated is the fact that every single leg on the Spider-Tron is performing this check every single tick. Yeah, that's for one leg. That shows right there. If you could possibly move towards this area. The trick for solving this was realizing that the scan precision is very small, 0.2 tiles. Tiles are 5 times the size, and most entities are at least 10 times this size. Therefore, the algorithm often checks the same tile or entity over and over again. Instead, if the algorithm finds a collision, it should immediately advance past the edge of the collider's bounding box. And if we remember every collider's bounding box, we can potentially skip scanning entire rows and columns. The Spider-Tron's legs checks far fewer positions now. This example shows about 70 collision checks. Also note the new scan pattern, which produces better results compared to the spiral. This change alone significantly improved Spider-Tron performance, but the job was not done yet. We'd need to free up many more compute cycles before pentapods were feasible. Also, a good thing to note, look at that, there are only 70 collision checks per leg, and there was 1600. Getting from 1600 checks per leg down to 70. Now I am definitely going with the Spider-Tron army on a budget. I was wondering how many Spider-Trons I can squeeze in to make sure that my PC can still handle it and multi-stream at the same time. But now, I guess, with the new version of the game, I won't have to worry about it. Shared knowledge is power. The second performance culprit was that every single Spider-Tron leg in a group was performing the same empty space search in roughly the same area. Even if each individual leg was conducting fewer collision checks, multiple nearby legs would still duplicate this work. This naturally raises a question: can spider legs work together to perform fewer searches? The trick to making this work was realizing that the algorithm scans outward from the center until the first empty space is found. That means if we find an empty position some tiles away from the search origin, we know that the inside square is completely blocked. If we mark this inner square as a search exclusion zone and put it in a list, future leg searches can check that list and skip collision checks that fall within that zone. So after searching an area for empty space, that area is logged as search exclusion zone for the remainder of the tick. Other Spidertron legs will skip over this entire zone when they also search for an empty space. Honestly, I had little hope for this to work. The implementation is very naive and the exclusion zones are only valid for tick they are added. But to my surprise, this little hack cut down a ton of time. After a few more adjustments and other optimizations, pentapods were now feasible and could be added to the expansion. Yay! Also, much less Spidertron struggles, I can see that. But I can see that there is new walking algorithm. I hope that it resolves the current issue that I have, which means cutting corners, but let's read it first. A new walking algorithm. The final performance culprit we'll discuss involves the algorithm that selects which Spidertron leg gets to move. You see, for all the improvements made to the empty space search algorithm, there was still a glaring inefficiency. Every leg, no matter if it was already moving or waiting on a moving neighbor, was searching for an empty space every tick while the Spidertron was walking. Each leg was assigned a score based on how far the leg needed to step, and only one leg with the highest score was chosen to move. If that leg was already busy moving, then the results were simply thrown away. Obviously, this resulted in many wasted searches, but it was necessary to ensure that the Spidertron always made progress towards its destination. Without this scoring system, legs that needed to take a big step would often get stuck because one or both neighboring legs were busy taking small, repeated steps. What we needed was an efficient way to ensure that every leg had an equal opportunity to move. The solution to this problem came about months later while the pentapods were in early development. When the 5-legged pentapods were added, the old algorithm for scoring and moving legs was no longer adequate. Irendel wanted complete control over the order in which legs moved, so that we could give these alien creatures a unique and organic walking pattern. This gave me the excuse I needed to overhaul the Spidertron walking algorithm and implement the final major optimization. How should a creature with 5 legs walk? We don't have many examples on Earth, but Irendel still came up with a good design. To maintain balance and stability, pentapods step in a 5-pointed star pattern. After all legs in Group 1 have finished stepping, legs in Group 2 can start stepping. Afterward, Group 3, then 4, then 5. Some pentapods, however, prefer to count backwards. Okay, that's good. They are kinda less predictable if you don't remember which ones are moving which way. So, like, counting forward, backward, if you don't remember which type of monster is using which method. You just need to take a look, and sometimes it might allow you to forget that you're fighting, right? Also, I wish I could see the big ones as the plants, as the orchids. I don't know why. It's just this part of the concept art that really hit me, that I really, really wanted to see some plant-like creatures. To implement this, every leg on a pentapod or a spidertron is assigned a numbered walking group. When walking, one or more legs from the current walking group are selected to move. These selected legs search for a clear destination and then begin moving there. No more wasted searches. After all of the legs of the current walking group have finished stepping, or at least move past some specified threshold, which I won't be able to cover today, the process repeats for the next walking group. This new system significantly cuts down on the number of collision checks, while giving designers unprecedented control over spidertron and pentapod walking animations. After these 3 large optimizations and several other smaller ones we don't have time for, spidertrons are now far less taxing on UPS. In a test save designed to stress spidertron mobility, I measured an average of 53.56% fewer milliseconds per update, approximately 2.15 times faster. So in Factorio 2.0, players should now be able to command larger enemies of spidertrons without obliterating their UPS. Results might vary. I hope that I can make my big spidertron army that I wish I could get like ever, but also results might vary. In my case, I need to take care of some basic stuff because we are suffering from dramatic underproduction. And then I will be worried about my PC and being able to handle many spidertrons and handle multi-streaming. New enemies, new features. With new enemies comes new behaviors, and with new behaviors comes new engine features. We'll now discuss the game design decisions that influenced the pentapod designs and the system changes we built to implement them. Pathfinding over obstacles. We knew early on that enclosing your glebe factory in walls was going to be a real drag on gameplay, so we designed an enemy that didn't care about our puny walls. Instead, players must fend off pentapod attacks with raw firepower and the new rocket turret. To make this work, we needed the Pathfinder to support gaps and produce paths that ignores obstacles. Luckily, I was able to extend the existing biter pathfinding system, explained in FFF 3.1.7, with a few new features. When performing the abstract or chunk level pathfinding, it is no longer sufficient to only record the traversable tiles that touch the chunk's perimeter. In addition, non-traversable tiles along the chunk's perimeter need to record the distance to the nearest traversable tile of up to 2 different components. We later use this information to connect multiple components between chunks. The distance between 2 tiles is calculated as the greater value of either delta x or delta y. Traversable tiles within a chunk are grouped together if their distance is less than the maximum allowable gap. Tiles along each chunk's border remember the distance to the nearest traversable tile within the chunk. This screenshot does not show an example of an edge tile that is within range of more than one component, right? Next, when performing the base tile level pathfind, every node must remember if it is traversable and always point back to the last known traversable node. This allows the algorithm to scan deeper into untraversable areas like water walls and other entities to find paths that would otherwise be impossible for biters to traverse. Nodes search some distance into untraversable terrain, always pointing back towards the last known traversable tile. A typical pathfind searches many more nodes than this illustration shows. This contiguous pathfinding will be available via the modding API in Factorio 2.0, even though nothing in the base game currently makes use of it. Nice. But there is still something that I miss. Maybe it's going to be further in the article. Okay, it's great that you switched to the new enemies, but I still have some problem with Spidertron. I've got this problem in the current playthrough that is playing in the background. We are currently idling in my Factorio playthrough. I've got one main Spidertron. Every other Spidertron is connected to it to follow it. So I use only one Spidertron, move it, every other Spidertron is following. When I have to move the Spidertron and avoid some kind of obstacles, of course I am using multiple commands, and I am trying to make sure that my main Spidertron is not going to stumble upon anything. But then, all of the follower Spidertrons, they just cut the corners. And you might think that it's good at some point, but many times I ended up just blocking some of my Spidertrons because all of this cutting corners was making them to stumble upon all of these obstacles that I wanted to avoid. And you might think that it's okay, you just need to make sure that they cut corners in the right way, so you don't have to worry about that. On the other hand, I still need to put some attention into it. And maybe there is something described in the previous Factorio Friday Facts that I haven't read, that I'm not aware of, which might resolve that problem. But I was kind of looking for that in this article. I'm not sure if it's going to appear or not, because I was not reading it before. But I wish they could make some kind of change. Maybe if they turn it more into like RTS command style, maybe this is going to help? I don't know, we'll see. Dinern, hello, happy Friday, and thank you for this giant brick. Thank you for the bits, for your support, and I guess I should say, hey. Spores in the air. Now that walls can't keep pentapods out, the player has another problem. Pentapods could still attack any part of your factory from any direction. What is an engineer to do except surround the factory with more turrets and weapons? This was still not the strategy we wanted for our players, so we needed to make the strategy unnecessary. To accomplish that, we changed how pollution works on Glebe. Enemy units, biters and pentapods alike, typically choose attack targets based on pollution. When an attack party is formed, they pathfind towards the nearest chunk with a locally maximum level of pollution and attack the entities in that chunk that are emitting pollution. Pollution works differently on Glebe than on other planets. Some machines that produce high amounts of pollution on Novice should emit no pollution on Gleba, while machines that produce high amounts of pollution on Gleba should emit no pollution on Novice. How can we make Pentapods prioritize specific parts of your factory without changing biter behavior? Factorio 2.0 introduces pollutant types. Mods can add different types of pollution. Machines, plants, spawners, and tiles can each be configured to emit or absorb different amounts of each pollutant type. However, for performance reasons, only one pollutant type can be enabled per surface. Pollution is the default pollutant type for new and existing surfaces that have pollution enabled. In Factorio Space Age, Spores replaces pollution on Gleba. Each pollutant type can have its own name, absorption and emission rates, chart color, and more. Armed with this new tool, we were able to tune Gleba so that Pentapods focus their aggression on a few specific buildings while functionally ignoring the bulk of the factory. That is, as long as they are not provoked. I believe that this is pretty much the summary of the previous FFF, where we had this explanation already, but I am happy they brought this up again. Redesigned legs. Finally, Pentapod legs needed a rework. Being an organic creature, we wanted to minimize the amount each leg stretched and squished, and instead emphasize bending at the knee and hip. This makes the creature look and feel more believable and less robotic. We even made the legs update their sprites based on their orientation relative to the body. This was difficult to get right due to Factorio's perspective and the weird angles, but Virgal and Irendel did an amazing job. The final effect makes these creatures feel more real by keeping the lighting angle consistent and by accounting for the player's perspective at all times. Stomper and Strafer legs attempt to flex at the hips and knees before stretching. Sprites change based on orientation. Yep, flex your legs, don't forget the leg day. This Pentapod is not skipping the leg day, Llamas. Okay, I like it. It looks like more like tentacly than Spidertron. Spidertron is great because it kind of behaves like a spider. On the other hand, you can still see that it's artificial movement. In this case, it's so much more scary, creepy, ugly. Good job. This is my favorite planet so far. I really need to get better at fighting to make sure that I can visit this planet as soon as I can. Because Spidertrons and Pentapods share a lot code, Spidertrons now also have a slightly new look. The legs are less stiff, more bendy, and frankly a little more creepy. They are clearly robotic entities, so I believe we've managed to preserve their iconic look while also giving them a small facelift. A leg lift, actually. That was leg lift. Ooh. I know that some of you llamas who visit me are not Factorio players. And when you see the Spidertron, you are a little bit creeped out by this, because you might not like spiders. If I would be arachnophobic, definitely the update is going to make it much worse, in my opinion. It's still kind of artificial movement, but let's say that I don't like spiders. Yeah. I mean, this is great job. Not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind the way the movement is done for now. But I'm glad that they are still working on something.
Word of our community's acclaim spreads.
That they are still working on something to improve the existing solutions. I really admire this. Tasty and the Cats is raiding. Welcome, it's nice to meet you. How was your stream? I believe that you have been playing Factorio, right? Let's give you a quick shout out. And I believe that I see you here for the first time, so of course, if you don't mind, feel free to introduce yourself. I understand that you might need a short break, you might need to stretch, you might need to eat something, stay hydrated, but also would be great to hear how was your stream today. Also, everybody who have raided, welcome. My name is Laureen, I am a talking llama, a variety streamer, and today we play Factorio and read Factorio Friday facts. If I'm not streaming Factorio, then I like to dive into survival strategy games, and I am mostly streaming Factorio, Darkest Dungeon 2 and RimWorld. So make yourself comfortable while we are making ourselves uncomfortable by checking this new Spidertron movement that is going to be released with the new update, with the Factorio 2.0 update. I can't wait for 2.0. I can wait for the DLC to be released, but I need Factorio 2.0. Especially with the new rail system that you can make. Behind the curtain. When we were trying to decide what to do for this week's FFF, and I made the joke that I could make FFF on the making of the last FFF, well, people really seemed to like that idea, so here we are. It makes sense. Fans like seeing behind the scenes. Showing how the videos are made is a nice way to show you behind the scenes content without needing to reveal game secrets. Most FFFs, like this one, are made the week of their release. Usually I try to have mine done an extra week in advance. It's a less stressful that way. For the enemies, FFF, though, I started working on it many weeks in advance, trying to eliminate all of the unknowns from the production process. I took some of the randomly generated terrain as a combat arena, placed some enemies and exported it as a scenario, the same way anyone can from the map editor. From previous videos, I already had some performance capture code for capturing player input per character running and tank controls, turning acceleration, etc. I extended that system to also capture player weapons input, which is mostly which weapon is selected, firing or not, and the target position. Here's the character loadout. Weapon damage upgrades are at level 8. Cheating. Cheating. You didn't want to show your character dying. Tasty, hello! I gave you a shout out. Sorry, my internet was crashing as I raided. I had to switch to mobile. Oh. I hope that it didn't mess with your stream in general. That you didn't have any stream-related issues. It's really nice to meet you. How was your stream today? What were you doing? I believe that you have been playing Factorio, am I right? Feel free to introduce yourself and let us know what is your Factorio experience, what do you think about Factorio Friday facts, and make sure that you stretch after your stream as well. Right now I will try to read as many of the paragraphs of Factory Friday facts, and I try to comment after reading a bigger chunk, so if I'm not responding immediately, then I would suggest waiting a little bit. I recorded a performance of fighting the enemies in the arena, and then I applied that performance back to the scenario. Ran it again, and it played out differently. All of the player input was the same, but the enemies didn't do the same things. Some wandered to different positions, so attacked at different times. In the original captured version, there was one strafer on the map and another one spawned just before the egg raft died. In the version with the script-controlled character, instead of spawning a second strafer, an extra wriggler spawned. The Stomper joined the combat much earlier for some reason. The character got slowed by gliding wrigglers hitting at different times, so the movement was off track, and eventually the character got stuck running into a tree and was quickly stomped to death. So, not an ideal start. Running the scenario again did at least cause things play out exactly the same way with the character getting stomped into a tree, so at least it's not re-rolling the entire outcome every time. I started trying to figure out what exactly would or would not cause the outcome of the scenario to be randomized. After some testing, I realized that it's just not possible to have the scenario play out the same way as the input recording, because both the recording code and application codes themselves are enough to change the outcome, and there's no way around that. It's a bit annoying, but not a huge setback, because I knew that a lot of the landscape was going to change around the arena anyway. It made the most sense to add some other, more reliable tools to keep the new simulation more stable. The biggest thing to sort out was the player getting off track. It was obvious that this sort of thing can happen easily, because if a gliding wriggler hits its slowest movement. When dodging the gliding wrigglers, there are a lot of near misses, so it results in a lot of variability. Any changes to player movement also affect where the enemies go, so the whole combat could get dragged off to an unexpected direction. Some new terrain assets were added to the map as they were completed, but this re-rolled the enemy behavior, slowing the character at different times. So everything played out differently, and the character's final path looks very different. Left is the original movement path, the right is the movement path with the same input but being slowed at different times. My fix for this was to measure how far the character is from the intended path, and if it strays too far when they are just forced to run in a direction to correct it. They are still slowed by whatever effects they have, but it means that they can cut corners or skip dodge maneuvers to get back on track. Tracking the player movement in this way also gave me a nice way to replace our camera system. Unlike previous videos where the camera is panning smoothly over the landscape, this video would follow the character's erratic movement. Our old, busier control point system for camera movement would be a nightmare to match the character movement, especially if it ever needed to be re-recorded, which is almost guaranteed. My new system takes the locked character positions from the performance capture and smooths out that path with a few passes of a relax filter, essentially making each point the average of the point before and after. Yep, we can see that there is a lot of smoothing. Yeah, but it looks so much more natural. This gives nice smooth camera movement, but it doesn't follow the action very well because it's always centered on the character. Then I added a secondary target system where an imaginary point could move to a targeted enemy and the camera would stay some % between the smooth part and the secondary target point. It uses an imaginary point and not the enemy itself. So if the enemy dies and a new target is chosen, the camera doesn't suddenly jump. Instead, the imaginary point moves to the new target with a limited speed. An extra layer of controls can determine how strongly the camera is pulled to the second target. At the start of the video, the secondary target is the aircraft, but the influence is set to 0. All the positions and timing are more important than usual because everything in the combat is choreographed to the music. The aircraft dies just before the beat kicks in. The strafer dies when there is a melancholic tone and the music starts to sound a bit more unhinged. And the stomper needs to die at a specific time too. More on that later. Along the way I got to learn what would change the scenario result and how enemies would be affected. Enemies behave consistently as long as nothing changes. Swapping out a graphic is fine, but changing the graphics shifts is not. Moving an enemy, adding or removing a tree, changing a tile, adding some ammo to the character, even adding a decorative all break the result. It can break in a lot of different ways too. The spawner, the aircraft, may or may not spawn a unit, or if they do, it could be a different type of unit. One time it randomly spawned a stomper, so there were 2 stompers. That didn't go well. The scenario is part of a mod with a set of scenarios for videos. So to fix this problem, I updated the scenarios mod so that spawners can only spawn regulars. Any of the pentapods could wander off in a random direction, so if combat starts, they might be out of range of the call for help, and just never show up in the combat. I tried to teleport the enemies to the correct spot just before they would be in camera view, but I quickly found that you can't teleport the laggy enemies. They rubber band back to their previous position in one frame. Instead, I had to spawn the pentapods to the correct position via Lua script just before they are in camera view. This kept positions more consistent, but script spawned leggy pentapods had a 50-50 chance of having a left or right strafing bias, meaning they would go in a random direction. As with other things, the direction was only consistent as long as nothing changed. This was the most awkward problem because their direction impacts so much of the fight. There was never a great solution to this, but there are only 8 outcomes of left-right combinations for the 3 leggy enemies. But really the most significant direction is the first strafer. With the other consistency safety nets, it was enough to make sure that the first strafer has a consistent direction by subtly adjusting its starting position until it re-rolled the direction I wanted. It wasn't until much later that I discovered the worst offender of messing up the scenario simulation outcome. Even the change in camera script code to go from preview mode to render mode for saving screenshots is enough to break the scenario output. That means that all the time spent previewing that would happen was useless because it didn't work out the way the preview showed. This catch didn't get noticed immediately because the first few times I went through the process, the render result wasn't noticeably different, but inevitably at some point it became a huge problem. Fortunately, I found that I could leave rendering on all the time, but reduce the capture size to 1 pixel by 1 pixel, so even though it's still saving files, they are so tiny that it's really fast, and that's good enough for a preview. The weapon's input capture records the time to fire, the position to fire at, and the gun to use. For Wrigglers, it's okay, the aim assist chooses nearby enemies, so inaccuracy still works. For rockets versus strafers though, the position would be so wildly wrong that the rocket would usually target a Wriggler, often not fire at all, and only very occasionally attack the intended target. To fix that, I edited the input data to remove all rocket firing and instead used my event system to fire a rocket at a strafer directly, and in the way where it's easier to change the times to make sure there is a strafer in range. With the flamethrower, there is no target locking, but for the first use versus Wrigglers, it always worked just fine. It's near the start of combat, so it's more consistent and they are all being led into a kill funnel anyway. In the last use against the Stomper position was very unreliable. It would always be somewhere near the character, but the angle could be in any direction. Firing based on its original position looked very wrong in most cases, because the flames would be going in a seemingly random direction. Once the flame dance has started, it got more consistent because I stayed in the small area, and just spreading flames in a circle made more sense. To fix the start of this sequence though, I added a script to make the flamethrower target the Stomper's position for the first 2 seconds, and then switch back to captured inputs. Just a bit of smoke and mirrors. The next problem is the timing of when the final Stomper dies. The Stomper needs to die before the end of the music, but not so far before that nothing is happening for a few seconds. For the Agoraphobic, it's easy, just shoot it at the correct time. With the strafers, it's down to the rocket timings. But sometimes they are out of range, but if that's delayed by a few seconds, it's okay. For the Stomper, the death time is really hard to control. In the performance capture, I got the timing just right, with some practice. But in playback, the timing is always off. It's usually too late, because extra Wrigglers get in the way or the flamethrower misses more. The final fix for this is just to multiply the thing's health by 10 times and use a script to insta-kill it at the correct time. Health bars are hidden anyway. The approximate damage inflicted by that point is still roughly enough for it to die if it had the correct health, so it doesn't look wrong. That's actually part of the strategy for spinning around with the flamethrower at the end. It ensures that there is some fire doing damage so that it doesn't die while not taking damage. The same scene as the original combat video, but enemy health bars are shown and it's day for clarity over atmosphere. The Stomper death time is not scripted, so this time it dies slightly too early, but re-rolling things could make it die too late. The character happens to survive this time, but that doesn't always happen. Let's see that I disabled the audio. I understand that they wanted for the Stomper to die at a precise time to fit the music, but we have seen it last time, and also I don't want to pause the music we have right now. Not this time. Alright, the big Stompy is coming soon. These guys will be so annoying. But it's great because finally the middle of the base is going to be in danger. There is one more thing that I wish they could make into the game, but We will discuss it later. Yep, it is losing HP already, yes. Looks quite natural, other than... yeah, that splash damage is visible. And it already burns. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Exactly, it was still burning. Good job, guys. I had no idea that you're going to make videos this way. I was not reading Factorio Friday facts from the very beginning, and this is why I am slightly surprised. Also, I was never working in the game dev, so I had no idea that this kind of solution needed to be implemented so it looks nice and smooth. I am impressed. They put so much into this game. I respect that. That's the only thing I can say. And before we get to the next part of the article, I would like to read what Tasty and the Cat said. It was good. I have played it a few times, but not for a few years. I started a new factory last week and launched the rocket just before the end of stream today. Nice to see that you're coming back to Factorio then. Tasty, I see that you're preparing yourself for the Space Age DLC. I'm doing the same thing, so I guess that we will meet on the release day streaming the DLC. I will check if I can catch you streaming, and I hope I will be able to have a nice chat with you. Also, guys, there is one more thing that I wanted to do, and this is a shout out to one of the Factorio content creators that has visited me and redeemed name in the game. Trupen makes awesome Factorio videos on YouTube. I'm sure that many of you already know them, but many of my llamas are not purely Factorio players, so make sure that you check them out and leave a follow. And also I am going to add your name in the game when we are finished with the Factorio Friday facts. The final problem is the character dying. In the original performance, I got to the end alive, but a lot of that was to do with dodging. When playing back the scenario, even when not running into a tree, the character only had 25% of chance of getting to the end because it would be dodging feats that are in different places and running straight into damage sometimes. This could have been solved just by upgrading the quality of the armor or equipment, but I went with the faster approach of just keeping character health up with a script. Just for fun, let's see what happens with some larger enemies. Same scene, this time the enemies are more evolved. It plays out a bit differently. Next time, if you want to show the character dying and getting some random damage, you can ask a random streamer like me to play through it. You will get a lot of tiny little accidents. There is a certain reason for me to avoid explosives in games, to avoid flames. I am known for this kind of stuff. we've got quite a few explosive clips on Twitch that prove no matter what game I am playing, I can get some serious damage out of nowhere. Honestly, I would prefer this outcome. That not everything is supposed to work right. That the story is not supposed to end in a positive way. That your character can just die like this. I would accept this version too. Creating new life. Thank you for joining us on the journey. We hope that we offered a glimpse into what it takes to create a new enemy and the kind of effort goes into producing exciting announcements like last week's FFF. I now too have a greater appreciation for games with a wide enemy variety, even though I had the benefit of building upon existing systems. I still had to learn the capabilities, limitations, quirks, and bugs of each one, and then figure out how to make them play together nicely. Each change needed to be carefully tested, so that other parts of the game didn't break or become unbalanced. Along the way were plenty of refactors, cleanups, bug fixes, and many pages of notes. Even so, it's obvious that the previous programmers built these systems with extensibility, performance, and sometimes code health in mind. Anyway, I think that I've seen enough of these creepy crawlies to last a lifetime. I will leave Gleba to the Pentbots for now. They can have it. Besides, it's about time I check on my Volcanus factory. I've been getting a bunch of alerts from there, so I sure hope nothing is disrupting my foundries. As always, reliably and repeatably wander over to the usual places and comment at exactly the right time, which is now. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Let's launch the rocket. 3, 2, 1, let's go! I have additional comment. Unfortunately, this is something that was always bothering me in Factorio. And as much as I enjoyed the building phase, the biters always seemed to be a little bit too stiff. There was not much of the enemy variety. I'm glad that they are aware of this, that they are trying to change it. Factorio never felt survival for me, and I understand that this was not the point in the first place, that it was supposed to be based on launching the rocket, automating everything. But I remember when I installed pretty much the only mod that I tried for Factorio, which was Die World Dynamics. Finally, I felt that there is some kind of story behind everything, that there is some kind of survival, even if you had to mine for carrots and eat them and gather some water from the air and drink it from time to time. It was this part that I was heavily missing in Factorio, and of course this shouldn't be the main focus. I know that. I'm just this type of player that is not focused on builder games too much. I need to have the possibility to do some storytelling, to die in an unexpected way other than explosives. I need for something to lurk in the shadows. I believe that somehow, maybe because of the perspective of the game, maybe I have played a bit too much of Darkwood, which is completely different game, which is not based on building anything. But somehow it got into my head so much that I need this kind of experience in Factorio. If they could ever pull this off, I would finally say that this is what I needed. This is what makes me obsessed with Factorio. And I have noticed that when I was watching this fight clip with my fiancé Laser, let me get back to this one. Of course, this is not the original one that we have seen in the previous FFF, but it doesn't matter. Roughly, I want to show you something. I believe it was at this spot. The general setting is beautiful, colorful. I don't mind. It's not as dull as Novice is, with all due respect. Although when the video got to this point, Laser said, "Oh, I bet something is going to crawl from under the ground and start attacking." You kinda expect that to happen, and you're not getting it. Laser is less likely to play survival games, less likely to play horror games. He's more like this player that enjoys building automation, so he's much more of a target as a hardcore Factorio player than me. But he was still expecting something that was not delivered yet. And of course, I understand that there might be some limitations and that I have a much different expectation of this game. Although, if the game could be modded this way, if the new types of enemies could be added that would make especially the Gleba planet that is supposed to be full of life, that could make you watch your every step to look for the roots that are going to catch you, that if you make too much of the noise, then something might crawl from under the ground and try to grab you. For some reason, I had this idea of giant plants that are trying to consume you. Maybe I have watched too much of Little Shop of Horrors when I was a little llama. It is a possibility. And of course, it is still a crafting automation game. But I believe that if it's possible at some point to release additional DLC one day and make it much more survival, much less safe, even if we get really good changes, because now on Gleba you're not safe at all. Because something might fly past your obstacles, or might just bypass those obstacles, and you have to fight anyway. Which is this is a great improvement in my opinion, which will definitely make me struggle, which will make me change my strategies, my defensive strategies, which will definitely make me feel that I need to be engaged in some kind of fight all the time. This is great. I'm just saying that I am looking forward to much more, and I don't know if the game developers would like to deliver that, of course. But somehow, if they put so much of the effort into making one of the planets so much more alive, even if it sounds like a lot of work, and it is, I can see all of the attention that they put into every monster that they added, you can still make it much more alive, and I would be glad to see some hardcore version of Gleba as separate DLC. So, Human Puppet, fingers crossed for that. I know that it might be unpopular opinion of mine, although Factorio gets much closer to the experience that I like to get as a player. And maybe this way they're going to reach the new type of players that will get interested in Factorio. Who knows? It is pretty satisfying though. I just need to get better and make sure that I will be able to resolve the usual technical issues that I have in Factorio to be ready to play the Space Age DLC as soon as is it released. And that's all I can hope for. So that's my general opinion regarding this FFF, the DLC release. Of course, I wonder if you got the same idea or not. Make sure that you comment on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, I'm multi-streaming this, so to whoever who is going to watch it as the VOD later, make sure that you comment what was your expectation from the DLC, because I hope I am not alone with those thoughts. I know, I have many expectations, but this game is so much closer to what I need as a player. Maybe I just like to torment myself. This is an option too. Hey, Finan, thank you for another giant hay brick. Thanks for the support. Okay. I find it much more satisfying, although the previous FFF was much better from my point of view. Still, I can't wait for Factorio 2.0, so I don't have to worry about the rails. Come on, guys, this is so annoying. Purple Haybrick, yes! Yes, Silky, good to see you, it's been a while. Well, I told you many times, guys, that we've got Haybricks. And the Haybricks is the name of my channel currency for extremely long time. Because I've made a mistake when I was hanging out with Samalander when he was playing Farming Simulator, and I didn't want to mention the hay bales that are much more like, you know, round shaped. I wanted to mention that square shape, and I had no idea that you should call it hay bales anyway. You know that I'm not native English speaker, and many times I am struggling with words, and that's why I stream, to try to get more fluent as much as possible. So I called them the Haybricks, and this made my channel currency. So yes, this is how I depict the Haybricks in my head. They are purple. And you use them to flex with them, to sleep on them, to eat them, to party. Yeah, this is the currency that the world needs. Except if you're allergic. Glad you got that down. Yeah, this is like a long story, like a very old part of the lore. And I am very sentimental about it. I will try to explain what I am doing soon. I just need to thank Finan once again for another gigantic emote. Finan is throwing beats at me today. Thank you so much for your support. You have hay fever. That's why you're throwing hay bricks at me. I get it, Finan. Thank you. Yeah, I told you guys, it's a great currency.
Thank you.
Unless somebody is allergic. Oh no, I messed up already. Well, I am not extremely experienced with handling more complex trains, and this is what I am trying to resolve. By the way, I'm sure that some of you might not know what the Agoraphobic Megabase means, and also I need to add Troopin right there to my little Hall of Fame. So this is pretty much my base. This is not the Megabase, but according to my standards, it already becomes a Megabase. This time, for the first time after 800 hours of Factorio experience, I finally started to play with peaceful biters because I wanted to get better before the new DLC comes. And I have so many basic issues that I just try to resolve them, try to build less dense. I try to forget about being forced to protect my base, simply building stuff. And many of the issues are the issues that I am producing myself. So the main problem with this base is me and my way of complicating things. But you can't get better if you're not making mistakes. So my little abomination that I'm working on today is supposed to turn every two-way train tracks that I was using in the middle of the base. Look at that knot. It takes a while to explain it. So if you watch today's stream at the very, very, very beginning, you will get the full explanation on what is that in the first place. Yes, there are so many places where it can go wrong. I am so excited to see when it breaks. Somehow it still works. But to add to the problems, to add to existing problems, I am going to make all of the train tracks that are going two ways. I use one train going two ways, one outpost connected with the unloading station, or maybe there are some shared parts, but other bigger part of the train tracks are exclusive to certain trains. I need to rebuild it into two one-way train tracks to make some kind of nice railway highway, just like this one, that can use many trains that go only one way and get back the other way using the right side. It doesn't apply to every part of the base, by the way. And this is the newest solution that I have, connecting many more outposts, which I never did this way. Connecting different types of resources like iron ore, copper ore, oil. And then somehow I needed to connect it with the old setup, with the old outposts that are based on only one train track that goes both ways. So the train goes both ways. You can see that it already makes a spaghetti. And then if we want to get that beautiful 10k crude oil yield, transport all of that crude oil that we can load into our main oil unloading station for the plastic production, lubricant and everything else, I had to connect it to this. Because this is my main oil unloading station that is made to produce all of the plastic, some of the rocket fuel, solid fuel. Yeah. And I thought that I'm building just enough for everything to work, that I have enough of the space for it to work, and then something went wrong, terribly wrong. I don't have much space in here because this is where my main bus is starting. It goes towards the south. Don't be fooled by the amount of products that we have on the main bus, because this is a lie. We are not launching many rockets. I would say it's about up to 4 rockets per stream, I believe. I'm not going for high SPM, don't expect that from me. But we are dealing with the dramatic underproduction. Oh, you can see that with red circuits as always, because I sacrificed red circuits to make more blue circuits. Anyway, this base, back in the day, this base, when it was working relatively well, it was consuming about 560 megawatts of power. So you can imagine, even if we've got beacons with the efficiency modules, you can imagine that the production should be much, much, much higher. So in order to increase the production, I had to plug in more outposts to make better smelting area, which is still not finished. I haven't even started. This is the original one that I got as soon as I got electric furnaces. And by adding more trains, I've made this. And now I need to remake it somehow into as many of two-way, as many as 2 train tracks going one way only, and make some kind of main bus for trains that could handle different types of trains. I need to squeeze it into the middle of the base somehow. And of course I didn't have it planned when I was making this base, which is why the expectations with disaster. HazHaza! Yes, I'm the alt user. How dare you! I am embracing chaos in much different way. I am just making spaghetti rails. Even my mods, my llama mods, who are very experienced with me, who have watched me for so many hours that they should expect everything, they didn't expect this to happen. And my fiancé has to live with this somehow. Let's have a shout out to Haz, who is playing Factorio as well. Although I know Haz as a variety streamer who plays difficult games like XCOM, Dwarf Fortress, Battle Brothers. I believe that Battle Brothers is the favorite game of mine to see on Haz channel. He's an awesome goblin that you're going to have fun watching. I am sure of that. If you enjoy my abstract sense of humor, you're definitely going to have fun on Haz channel. So make sure that you follow. Alright guys, let's attempt to play the game. Actually, I completely forget about that because Factorio is more like my chill game, my comfort zone game. We're going to make a bunch of another abominations to make sure that this very, very old unloading station gets connected with my go-to unloading station. I was using only 4 cargo wagons long trains. Now I am using 8 wagon long trains and some side rails for more trains to just chill in here and then unload on this main unloading station. But I tend to build in the way that is not stopping the base itself. So the base, even if there is really weird underproduction situation going on, it can't stop working. That's why I still have this really low unloading station, which I would like to get rid of. And to do this, first I need to channel one of these trains into this big unloading station, and I am going to take a really strange shortcut to do this in order to connect it to the part that will allow me to let the train chill, let it unload, and just skip this station altogether. And then the only thing I will have to do is to get rid of all of the ore in the steel chests. Automatically, I am just going to leave it like this, and then we can start deconstruction. And every time when I do this, I just need to make sure that the existing solution works before I can get rid of the past solution. And everything should work nice, easy peasy. But of course there will be some issue going on. And I don't mind that, but the rail spaghetti might be difficult to handle, so make sure that you grab a cup of coffee and stay calm. So this is what I am handling right now, and I want to have one rail that is going toward these side tracks. Then if we unload, then we make a loop and we get back. This should be redone, but for lulz, I don't want to redo this yet because I want to break my main choke point in the new build that I might show you later. We make a loop and I want to branch out somehow and to make the second direction connected with this part of the train track. Because we've got two trains that are arriving at this station currently, and it doesn't really look good if you ask me. Because I know that many of these segments are exclusive to one train that is going two ways. I told you, it's strange. So enjoy the chaos. I know that Haz is going to enjoy the chaos because they always do. Their Factorio build is amazing. I need to admit that, Haz, that I feel empowered by your last Factorio stream. I feel like I can do weird things in the game that are temporary solutions that make the best permanent solutions. What do we say to gods of trains? Not today? Oh yeah, this train is still unloading. Yes, this is the old copper unloading station that I need to get rid of as well. But bear with me, for now we are taking care of the iron ore. It's just a matter of time, practice, patience. And rails. And personal roboport. Oh yeah, my lazy bots, local bots are going to possibly build it, but I know that they are too lazy to do that. Wait, not this one. Because this train is coming this way, and it's supposed to connect these two rails like this. Of course, we don't have this part because my lazy bots are not doing that. Yeah, I need to do everything myself. Oh, now when I started complaining, they are finally doing something. Don't be fooled. They are really tricky. They are really lazy. Okay, so we got the signals here. My bots were not going to place it. Yes, and it goes one way. So I believe that I can just connect everything together. It should work one way. It might not work any other way yet. But that's the plan. And then, when I get all of that finished, I'm going to... Wait a minute. Sometimes I don't see the ghost, which part is still the blueprint and which part is already placed. Anyway, I believe that we need to do something like this. The train is still going to turn left if needed, because I don't want for the existing solution to stop working until I get the loop. So I believe that I messed something up. I believe I did mess something up. Yes. Now it should work much better, but I bet that this rail signal is blocked just because I will need the chain signal right there from now on, because there is another train that is waiting to reach the station. I told you, it's a spaghetti. And now this should work slightly better. Just slightly better. Yep. And now this train needs to go back. Oh, I got no path. I am a trained noob. Please bear with me. So far, so good. Let's leave it like this. Oh, Boomshine! It's been a while. How is life treating you? Crossings will be fixed in the next patch. Maybe the crossings are going to be fixed in the next patch. Although, for God's sake, you can't fix my brain yet. Look at that. This is something that I look forward to break. And here, we handle only the 8 cargo wagons long trains. I am so looking forward for it to break. Brain will be fixed in next life. Oh, damn! But I might not be born as a talking llama anymore, so I don't know if I want to wait until next life. I mean, my brain is quite squishy today. I need to admit that. Ooh, we got different lights. Okay, that was yellow, but it still worked. Life is okay, less sports than before, body getting old, I think. Oh, damn. I'm sad to hear that, Boomshine. But maybe you can find some new sports that you can handle much more? Maybe there is something that you can still discover. What do you think? Have you tried something new? Maybe? I mean, you're talking to Couch Potato. So I can't think of anything right now, but if I would go with something, I would definitely swim much more. Oh, billiards. See? That's some kind of sport that might require a good back, though. There are some people who have got certain spine issues. And I love billiards. It's just... I had a desk job, an office job, streaming, miniature painting, sitting all the time. My back is a mess. I don't call those sports though, but I like it. I know that it's difficult to call it this way. And I had issue with this kind of definition as well, especially with, let's say, darts. I love darts. Or chess. Or esports in general. But if you think about this, if you think about, you know, kind of definition of sport, it's not only about moving your body and proving yourself as the person who worked really hard on their, let's say, body abilities, but you can, it's all about being competitive as well. So if you think about this definition of sport, then darts fall into it, and esports fall into this category, and I'm pretty sure that the definition of sport in general has got this competitive aspect about it. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't read the definition in years, so I'm just talking randomly right now, but this is how I started perceiving sports. And I don't mind anymore. Get a new back, silly. As if that could be so easy. First you need to have a good doctor that will take care of you. And also you need to make a new spine. You need to get a revenant in order to harvest a good spine that you can make into bionic spine that could be made into part of your body. But as I said before, sometimes you might not get the good medic and you need to have a good hospital. Yes, I'm talking about RimWorld. If replacing the body parts would be as easy as in RimWorld, do you really think I would complain about my health case? Of course not. This goes over my head. To replace body pieces, or have you thought about RimWorld? Oh, you don't have the cliff explosives. Oh no, cliff. F's in the chat for cliff. Now it's Death Stranding reference. Do we even have cliff explosives? Probably not. I've got so many of the Spidertrons. I really need to make reorganization stream that will help me with handling all of that mess. We don't have cliff explosives. What do I expect in the first place? For God's sake. And of course I don't have them in inventory because I try to avoid making grenades myself. I am well known for not handling the explosives the best way. There are many clips on Twitch already that would prove that. Okay, I know that it looks awful, absolutely awful, but as a temporary solution, again, as a temporary solution that makes the best permanent solution, yes, I am doing this. And I think that this part of the train track is going to be used by 2 trains. It would be nice to put some rail signals in place to make sure that we got some kind of separate segments, and I need only 4 cargo wagons long segments, although I think that it's worth making it right now before I forget it and regret it later. But I have to place everything myself before the lazy bots come to me, because we are in the logistic network right now, so I know that my bots, before they come and do something, they can get stuck as well if they don't have resources. Probably I never had enough of the resources to make a good amount of cliff explosives, and that's why they're idling right now. So let's put out all of these. Let's put all of these construction robots out of their misery, and I need to look for cliff explosives myself and probably make them somewhat manually by using the assembling machine. But it's okay, embrace the chaos. No stress, we still got about 3 weeks, 4 weeks until the Space Age DLC is released, and of course that the DLC would love some spaghetti. Probably I will just add another stream on top of this one, so I could play the Agoraphobic Megabase and continue this series, and then play Space Age somewhat simultaneously during the week. Okay, this should work, but we got little piece that we need to fill with the train tracks, and I am looking for cliff explosives. Of course we don't have it in the network, because why should we have it in the network? This is a common problem. It's either the lack of production or lack of logistic network access, or there is definitely lack of something. We've got grenades right there. And if we've got grenades, then we need empty barrels that I am most likely not producing, because I never cared about empty barrels. Yeah, I think so. That production would be located somewhere around the grenade production, and we don't have this, so most likely I was getting them done manually. If you feel that whatever I'm talking about is a slight heresy, feel free to give me a bonk, because I understand that it might be too much to some of you. I just enjoy this chaos in the way and can't deny it at this point. Oh wait, we got cliff explosives. See? Sam is saving the day. Thanks for the bonk laser, thanks. Very much appreciated. Okay, now having all of that done, of course I'm not going to check it right now. I will have to take a short break because I'm streaming for almost 3 hours without any stretch. And this is what will make my back to hate me even more. So I will try to take a short break, although I need a reminder to add Trupin's name right there on the map. And of course we're not in the logistic network, right? They're not fully in the logistic network. And I want to plan out the name already. I believe that we might have most of the letters already. So I am going to add this, like two tiles of space. Yes, 2 tiles of space. 1, 2, 3. And I will just try to replace stuff, look for the letters, give me some time. Unfortunately, they are going to be only yellow conveyor belts because my factory can't really afford a lot of the blue conveyor belts yet. I decided to go straight from yellow to blue without getting through red because I knew that my factory is not going to handle this, and they barely handle the transition to blue conveyor belts. And then N. Thank you so much for redeeming your name in my game. When I am loading this game off stream to do something extremely boring, much more boring than usual, like landfilling a huge lake, which happened to me a few times, then I like to look at this part of the base. This is like a huge oil area which is made to provide the fuel exclusively. It doesn't matter what kind of resource we have. Do we have petroleum gas? Do we have the light oil, heavy oil? I make everything into solid fuel and or rocket fuel, just to make sure that I provide enough to fuel this steam power plant and the other steam power plant that should be rebuilt. And this power plant, I want to remake it to exclusively support the small oil production, but this is where we make lubricant, this is where we make sulfur, explosives, plastic, and everything else. Landfill all the lakes, that's something I try to avoid, to be honest, because I like this natural look. And also I am always worried that I will run out of water and will have to plug in another offshore pump. But then I worry that I won't have enough of the space, and you can't really deconstruct the landfill in vanilla, and I try to avoid using any mods. So there's that. Alright, we got Trupin immortalized already. One day one day I will get back to this map and I will be so happy that you all joined it at some point as spider trolls or as the names on the map. And now, having that done, I can finally make Troopins the name in the game marked as done. Of course, if there is anybody else who would like to become a name on the map, feel free to redeem the name in my game. I don't mind it at all. Wait a minute, there is something wrong in here, and I believe that it might something to do with this. Nope. Okay. It might be the matter of a matter of this intersection. I believe this is how I should call it. I think I know what's the I think. This is... Yeah, this is the main assumption. I think I know what I'm doing. I know, no path. I get it. We still get no path. Focus, Llama. No, I am going to take a short break. Oh my god, GB. It's been a long time. How have you been, GB? GB is one of my longest subscribers. Followers. Oh, GB. How is life? Oh my god, I'm getting so sentimental. Good old times when we met. I was streaming GTA games. And Heroes of Might and Magic 3. You got lost somewhere, but you found yourself. I hope you did. All you need to do is to find yourself. Of course, I really hope that you're not going... that I'm not calling you out or anything. I'm just genuinely happy to see you. I hope that your health is good, that the life is good, that everything is going well, that the virus situation didn't hit you too much. I hope that you will allow me to take a short break because I really need to stretch. My back already hurts and my brain might hurt soon if I won't figure that out, but I think I understand why there is no path. I just need to make sure to leave it here to trigger all of you guys that we've got no path right there. I will throw the AFK sign. Oh, no, you need to see this. You need to suffer with me, guys. I am going to leave it like this and I will get back in about 5 minutes. You stretch as well, guys. And even if you're watching this on YouTube, when it becomes the VOD, you need to stretch too. I'm watching you. And I will start adding the AFK markers on the YouTube video. There you have to stretch. So, go now, llamas. Make sure that you get water, get snacks, and then prepare your brain for another mystery. How to make this work. I think I might have to remove that train stop, but also I will have to add another train stop. Whatever. See you in about 5 minutes.
Bruh.
Thank you, thank you.
Nom 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 nom.
I'm back. Thanks for waiting, Llamas. Took me much longer than expected. I needed to eat something. Let's get back to this beautiful abomination, shall we? It's time to take off the AFK text and look at what is happening right there. I think that no path might be determined by what is happening right there, and there might be no path just because we're not going around any of this stuff. Let's assume that I will disconnect, for science, that I will disconnect this part of the train track. It's still no path. What about this one? Still no path. Okay, I could have messed up then. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. Is there anything that happened in the meantime? You have been very, very nice, lovers. GB says I was somewhere at the back of the barn. I believe that you have been sleeping. You have been dormant for a while, but now you're here with us. And I'm glad that you joined. What are your weekend plans? one of the most important things needs to be addressed. What are the weekend plans? In the meantime, I will try to figure out what is going on here. I was trying to be oh so smart, llama. And I believe there is one more thing that could be done, but there is still no path. I'm pretty sure that I messed up something, like really, really heavily. Also, in general, I think that this is not the place where you should unload anymore, so the pickup is a good place, but the drop-off is a bad place, unless both of the stations are named the same. No, good for me. I am lucky. It's a 3-day weekend here. Tomorrow I will see friends, Sunday family, Monday chores, and your plans? I plan to sleep. Mostly. Work on stream related stuff a little bit. Also, I am looking for a job currently because some stuff has changed in my life in not very positive way. So this is what I am trying to focus on, but also I've got a little bit more time for streaming. So Sunday is definitely going to be the stream day. As usual, 2 PM UTC, we play RimWorld with Twitch Toolkit. Today, obviously, Factorio Friday Facts reading and Factorio playing. But Saturday is going to be more like you trying to run errands, trying to hang out with Laser a bit more, to spend time with Laser, and to declutter a little bit. I'm struggling a lot with decluttering, and I feel overwhelmed by quite a few things that I own, and I am trying to get rid of them. Many papers, getting through the medical documentation. I've got some of this stuff as well. And this is what takes an enormous amount of time. Of course, it shouldn't take so much of the time, but I can't deny that it drains the energy of me. So I'm trying to do it a little bit at a time. And, you know, some doctor's appointments, trying to take care of my health while I can. And naps. Many naps. By the way, guys, I'm going to add the inactivity. There is 20 seconds of inactivity that I like to keep, because when I turn the automatic mode... Okay, so there's something I might mess up. Anyway, 20 seconds of inactivity is made to make sure that the train is not leaving the station too fast. So if there is something that I would like to check out and I need for the train to stay at the station, then I don't have to get back at all. I just have this inactivity time. And yes, the train arrives at the station as it should be doing. So technically this should be correct, but in order to make less mess. Yes, I did it on purpose. I know that it's something. It's definitely an experience right there. I can see it. Shouldn't that be change signal after all? Alright, so let's send that train away. Yeah, it was supposed to get back anyway. Yes, we got the left side of the track. Oh, Mr. M has appeared on YouTube. Hello, Mr. M. Hug Laser a lot? I will, but I got back from a break. I will hug Laser next time. So, have you started your weekend trip already. I am sending this train away as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, train. And I want for this train to get to the station. Yes, it's empty. It's empty. And now we go to the pickup station and there is no path. So there is something that I messed up personally. So it doesn't affect other trains though. So this is good for me. I just need to get through that manually and check if there's anything I can fix. And of course, guys, feel free to let me know what do you think about this, because I know that I tend to make a lot of mistakes. Trains are still quite new to me. I never wanted to handle more than one train at the same time. Of course, I regret it a lot, but what can we do? Alright, so we get to the signal. It becomes red. And obviously, you can't pass by with this rail, and this is correct. Now we turn left. We turn left. Give me a moment. I love trains, I just don't necessarily love handling trains. And why do we have so many bots trying to sell me any viewership? I hate that. Okay, that train arrived at the station. They are running way too fast. I'm not sure if I want additional upgrade for the fuel. And also, I am not going nuclear as a way of challenging myself. And also, I am not allowed to use ready blueprints unless I made it on this map, and then I am allowed to make it into the blueprint book. I'm at the trip house, rode the bike a bit, played some board card games, and now just chilling whilst most people are sleeping. Oh, I'm glad that you're having a good time, Mr. M. And I'm glad that you had a safe travel, too. Okay, Llama, what is wrong with you? What is wrong? This is where the train is supposed to go. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's check the other way around. Yes. Isn't that a bit too far away? No, it shouldn't be. This signal? Too close? No, we still got no path. This is automatic train. It goes to south or pickup station. Which station is that? Oh, this Hunger station. We need to keep it because there is 24 million iron ore. Useless pony! Lovely to have you here today. Welcome, welcome. Finds a box to sit in. Do ponies sit in boxes? Is that just cats? No. You're allowed to sit in a box if you want to. How is life treating you? What are your weekend plans? In the meantime, I am trying to resolve some no-path issues that I am getting again. But this time it's different spaghetti. It's the old part of the base. Well, this is the train that I really care about. I care about a train. Sorry guys, I needed to talk to Laser for a second. Doing good, just trying to not get too hyped for the DLC and update. It is hard. I understand your feelings, because usually I try to not get hyped over stuff, over games too much, because it's very easy to get disappointed. Although there are so many games that are going to be released until the end of this year that I get the general hype over everything for a while already. You said that I need signal on the other side of the chain. But we've got... okay. There are too many signals. Simply too many signals. No way. This one. Silly llama. Thank you. I thought that this chain signal is enough. But apparently not. Thank you, useless pony. You're very useful. Thank you. Alright, so from now on, none of the trains is allowed to arrive at this station. This station is going to be all deconstructed, except that roboport, because that roboport might actually prove itself useful. And this is the changed pattern, if I can call it this way. So we turn into automatic mode, and yes, this train gets back to its station. Finally, that was a matter of one bad signal. I feel bad about it, but thank you for being patient with me, guys. But this train... stop. You're not going to arrive at the drop-off. Also, I like to keep 20 seconds of inactivity, as I mentioned before, for testing purposes. This train is not going to drop off station, this one. It's going to the unload station. This is called unload station. Yes. And of course we get 20 seconds of inactivity. That helps me with all of that testing so the train doesn't move automatically. And we get empty cargo as the condition, and let's see if everything works the way it should. It will. If a signal doesn't have a pair on the other side of the track, it turns the track into a one-way section. Alright, so I need to pay more attention to that. Thank you, useless pony. Mr. M says on YouTube, will quite possibly go to sleep in a little bit. Was just hopping in to say hi and good luck with the trains and factory. Thank you, Mr. M. Did you jump into Twitch as well, so you're not going to lose the stream streak by any chance? Remember not to lose your stream streak and get that channel points. Okay, okay, guys, where are we going? Yes, okay. That train is in the right spot. Of course, I messed up with those signals a little bit. I could do better. But it's okay the way it is. Trust me, for now, it's the fastest, the easiest solution that I can pull off. Also, I just want to get rid of those locomotives at some point, and probably this train, as the only train right now, will be rebuilt into 8 cargo wagons instead of 4 cargo wagons, because we got 24 million iron ore right there. But the second one will be deconstructed as soon as I get rid of this tiny ore patch that is 374k of iron ore. And this way I am unloading everything, so I can start deconstructing the train stop. I can deconstruct the requester chest, all of those chests right there, all of those stack inserters. We will reuse them at some point. It's great that I haven't tried to upgrade all of these yellow belts into the blue belts. That would be no use. I just want for my lazy bots to slowly deconstruct all of that stuff. No rush. I will keep the lamps though, because I tend to complain a lot that I barely see a thing. So that's what I am going to leave here. The power poles, they are not a problem either. And I wonder if I can just... yeah, I could use the deconstruction planner. I am trying to use things the way I always avoid, because I know that I tend to just do something quickly in traditional way, and instead I could use better deconstruction planners. So I try to get used to that, although I might forget things from time to time. So all you need to do is to be patient with me. I hope. I hope that you will be patient with me. Oh yeah, and now we need underground belts. This can be used again. And for this planner we need underground belt, not necessarily splitter yet. But this can go, this can go. It's all good to go. Except I am going to keep roughly this amount of belts, because I wanted to throw in 16 by 16 balancers right there. So I mentioned the challenge, right? I told you that I've got the steam power plant that I am not willing to replace with the nuclear power plant. Nuclear power plant is always my comfort zone. I was struggling a lot with the energy crisis, with coal crisis, and I don't want to bypass that by jumping into nuclear as usual. So not this time. Although, even if I'm not allowed to use anything else than the steam power plant, and also I am not allowed to use the ready blueprints, only the blueprints that I have built from scratch. So let's say I've got this setup for the red circuits. It can be applied to other stuff. So I build it from scratch in this playthrough, I make the blueprint out of that, and I'm allowed to use it. The only exception is the balancers. I don't care about balancing stuff myself. I just trust others. I am more like casual player. I am a casual llama. I am not going to force myself to do something that I am definitely not going to enjoy. And it's going to be the balancing. And sorry, I am clicking the mouse buttons that I have on the side of the mouse. Okay, so when this is finished, I am going to get rid of that too. And I think that we could reuse some of these lines, and I have an idea, maybe. Yes, because only one side is in use, and of course, this was made on purpose. Yeah, I did that in a rush. I deeply regret it, and yes, we don't have splitters upgraded to blue as well, because we couldn't afford it. For some reason, I think that it was the matter of red circuits, and we don't have many of these. Mistram says, sadly, don't have it on phone, but it shouldn't be too bad as I have over 100k channel points. Alright, Mistram, but I know that last time you just got a little bit upset over the stream streak, so I just tried to remind you. But yes, you definitely have plenty of the channel points, so you're a very, very rich llama. Okay, guys. Let's try to focus on rebuilding this part to make it less awful. Oh my lord. How can you make it less awful? Meanwhile, we got 78k of iron ore. That wasn't expected outcome. It's wrong on so many levels, and even I can see that. But okay, Llama, it's time to relax. Whew. It's time to relax. Is there something I can do? This is 16 by 16 balancer, I believe, or at least two of them are put together. I don't remember anymore. Probably it is 16 by 16. So now I just need to make those transport belts longer. Yeah, as a part of the station deconstruction, I will have to take care of that too. And have I messed up with that lamp? Let's leave the lamps, otherwise I'm not going to see anything. Alright, but this is something I won't argue. This is something that I can get rid of now. And then the other stuff, yeah, we got some more train tracks. God, please. Bring us Factorio 2.0, otherwise I will go insane. I don't like using the transport belts around the rails. This is the bane of my existence. This is something that I avoid with every brain cell of my squishy brain. Let's see if we can even afford this. Oh, we got 2.5k. You lazy bots. Do you even lift? Do you even replace? I mean, they have no use in those splitters because we don't have splitters, but okay. You've got nothing to do, lazy bot bots. Let's request all of these belts. Like, let's get 3k. I mean, we don't have 3k in the network, but there are 500 on the way. I'm waiting. And this goes to thrash slot. This goes to thrash slots. We've got some work to do. I strongly believe that one of the spider trons already had the belts. Oh, by the way, this is something that we can get rid of. Yep. I don't want to put it in logistic thrash on the Spidertron, because I know that it gets messy, because they walk too fast, I tend to forget about them. What was I looking for? Hello, are there the belts I'm looking for? No. So, how to make it done to produce less mess? Obviously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, we need... How many? Wait. We're going to have 8 of these. Yes, I can use 8 of these transport belts, but I will have to replace it. Yes, I will have to replace it. I'm not triggered. This happened to me so many times already. We can handle this. Are we in the network? We're not. We're not? We are in the network. The lazy bots are coming. I hope. Okay, they are coming already. Fine. So I need to stay here. Squeeze my butt in this area. Keep it here. And in the meantime, I'm going to just start placing stuff. Oh, by the way, I am going to mess with E button quite a lot, because when I started playing RimWorld, I have noticed that E is so much better to use for rotating stuff. I got so used to that I make a mistake when playing Factorio, and It works automatically, I can't stop it. More ore, more, of course! Another nerd! Also more weekend, that would be a good plan as well. How have you been today? Any weekend plans? Have you read Factorio Friday Facts already? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good news, Llama can count to 8. That's something. Llama, will you complete this base before 2.0 arrives? I am avoiding Factorio until 2.0 drops. I was discussing it on today's stream, and I think I won't be able to finish it. I mean, I have launched the rocket a long time ago. So we can consider the game finished, but I am just trying to get better with playing Factorio in general. So it doesn't really matter to me. I will just do more stuff that I usually didn't care to do. And today I came up with an idea. Alright, probably I won't manage to finish this playthrough in any reasonable amount of time. So maybe it's better to just ignore it, play the Agoraphobic Megabase as the series when the DLC is released and 2.0 is released, but also I could squeeze in the Factorio playthrough. It depends on how fast I will land a new job. But I want to play the Space Age on release, and I want to adjust this base to 2.0 as well, but I don't want to give up on the Agoraphobic Megabase. I assume that it might be different scenarios, so I am not sure if I can use the existing base, but there are many tiny solutions. There are many blueprints that I have made in this base that I can use in the future to just get into the space faster. Yes, this is how I am going to connect this. Because I don't want to mess up this setup. So all of that will have to be built this way. So here we're going to have a nice balancer. Well, that's just something I can do, right? And then we follow this. Not necessarily. We follow this path. Let me try to make it longer. See, there are so many things to do in vanilla, at least to me, that I see no point in rushing anything, because I know that if I will be able to resolve some issues in vanilla Factorio, then I will be much better prepared for Space Age. Although I don't want to give up on this base. I just enjoy this chaos that I've made myself. I brought this to myself, and you know that this is my favorite part of the game, where I'm supposed to add some new solutions, but also I need to fix old stuff. And this is what brings me the absolutely most joy in Factorio, so I can still continue that, but play the Space Age DLC as long as it is separate scenario. I don't know if it's separate scenario or not, but I assume it is. Oh no, these are not upgraded. Oof. I don't even want to guess how long it's gonna take for these lazy bots to replace it. And I know that I have requested a ton of the blue conveyor belts. I know. But it's not an excuse for these lazy bots. Nothing is an excuse. Okay. So when all of this is done, I will slowly connect line by line so we are not disrupting anything. Oh, you know what? I think that I can already do this, but only with the blue belts. Only just slightly. See, to not break the existing solution. Just to be able to make everything kind of working, and then we will rebuild it later. I just want for it to run smoothly as it can. Of course, it's not fully balanced, and even if I've got the balancer here, I know you might be mad at me and say, no, Llama, this is not balanced because you got yellow splitters, and this is obviously based on the blue belts. They are a placeholder until I am able to afford the blue splitters. It's a matter of red circuits. So first I'm getting back to basics. So if we got this done right there, we need to move that curve slightly, because this is not what I'm expecting anymore. So pretty much I want to replace each segment like this, and it will take some time. I know that it will take some time, although it's not going to mess with the logic that is located much closer to the unloading station. I have a playthrough I probably won't complete. I played enough of it to get the flavor, though. I mean, alright, that's fair, another nerd. That's totally fair. In my case, I never really tried to build a Megabase, so I will be hanging out at this base for a long time, I think. Also, what do you think about the new pentapods creatures? Alright, this will introduce a lot of mess. I need to do it one segment at a time. But it's alright, at least the bots are doing something, and it's extremely dark. Bladey? I believe that it was Bladey. No, that guy! Oh, that guy has redeemed Let There Be Light channel point reward. This is relatively new channel point reward that is supposed to be used exactly in the same way as it says. I complain about not having enough of the light in my base, just like here, and Let There Be Light is supposed to force me to put more lamps. And I need to look for some really nice place to use this reward, like to use this request, because there are so many really dark spots, and then I don't even know where to start. Oh look, I even have the double electric poles. That's temporary solutions make the best permanent solutions, right? That's right. I believe that all of this area could be... Wow, what have I done here? Oh yeah, this is that giant lake that I landfilled. And this is why this is so messed up. Oh, the bots are actually doing something. Nice. They don't have many of the belts anymore because I have requested the majority of them. But this time they are doing something. I'm waiting to see some 2.0 Megabase with the new elevated rails. I want them so much. This will resolve all of my issues that I ever had in Factorio. I strongly believe that. It's just a matter of time. I can't wait. Seriously, I can't wait. Oh, guys, even if this is going to be nicely done, then I will have to keep this spaghetti anyway, because we don't have enough of the space. This turns left and then it gets connected with that iron ore patch that is as old as this base almost. Llamas, trust me if I tell you that I exceed my own expectations of this base. Like, the llama from the past is guilty of many things. Way too many. But if I can do something remotely, I will try to do this remotely, for God's sake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That should work. And of course we could use the upgrade banner. Of course I know that. Just a matter of thought. And if we're salty, we can always sing the salty song. I believe this is what I will have to deal with. I don't want to leave the logistic network, although there are only 27 on the way, so whatever, let's get rid of it, and maybe some of my bots are going to fix that situation and upgrade as much as you can upgrade. Nice, nice, nice. This is something that I didn't expect to upgrade because I had no idea how many of these segments I will need in general. So there was no use if I was barely able to afford to make the blue belts in the first place. And now I can see that the bots were extremely lazy. They had nothing else to do. Okay, that might be a bit too much because there is slightly change of plans. I want to continue all of this path towards the south and then turn left and then add it to the existing solution instead of having this spaghetti. Because I don't know where that idea came from. Everything is getting added to the existing solutions, and well, pretty much this is what I get for being lazy, for doing stuff fast to make it work. Okay, also no, let's make the automatic logistic thrash for any yellow belts, also the underground belts. And nothing else. I need to keep splitters, otherwise I won't have splitters at all. So some of this stuff, for the sake of my sanity, will have to be made slightly manually. I'm not handling it the best way. But this is exactly what I am expecting. Alright, now we can leave it the way it is. The bots can might want to do something about that. And then I will get back. Of course, guys, I don't have enough of the construction robots. Keep that in mind. So that's why everything is so tedious. I still need to get used to utilize much more of the logistic network. To build the logistic network in some kind of realistic grid that will stop my bots from choosing random paths, getting out of the energy. There are so many things that I need to figure out. I will try to work on Let There Be Light as well. And because this is done, I just want to connect it separately to take less of the space right there. On the other hand, I need to keep the roboport just in case, and the radar. So that's something I want to keep. Maybe some of these power poles, but not the train tracks. And now, having this done, I can already get rid of this loop, but I don't want to do that yet. Somehow I would like to make a tiny shared area, much tinier than this thing. So I'm going to continue on working on rails, definitely. But first, some of the other things need to be done in order to just make more space. All right, wait a minute. Okay, yes, we almost get this done. So the only thing I want from this is to move the ore like this. And yes, I haven't even invested in that brakes that would prevent me from sliding on the belt. I told you that I have been struggling with a dramatic underproduction. So this needs to go this way, yes. That's what I wanted. Now everything else, every other belt needs to be adjusted. Like this, we are going to add another curve, like, wait. Something happened here, but this is related to the, okay, this is related to the belts, not to this part. It's all good so far. Now we connect this, hopefully most of this stuff will get upgraded. No. Yeah, I will have to do this manually in a way. But this can be upgraded, this can be upgraded. But yes, that's something I wanted to avoid. That's fine though. I don't know if the replacements are going to change anything because we lack enough of the resources. The expert transport belts are not non-existent anymore. I got only one place where I make these. And of course I bypassed the use of the red belts. They are in production to get the blue belts, but I'm not using them anywhere on the map. And there are many weird mixes. You can see that there are a few places where I have the blue belts and some of them are yellow because that production isn't going that smooth. And the reason for that was the significant lack of the iron plates. And I had many more issues with those plates in the past. And I still have some issues, but these will need to be addressed later. I was trying to make sure that we are getting enough of the product in the first place. So actually that we get enough of the ingredient in the first place, so the ore is going to be moved to the right stations, and this way, my god, and this way, knowing that I already have enough of the ore that I can process, I can focus on the processing process. That's it. That's what I am talking about. I struggle with this a lot. Although it's how I want for it to be done, the rest, I want to leave it to the bots. If they can handle it. Yeah, handle means can handle. Exactly, Llama. But maybe if I just move around, maybe some of the bots will be able to play something just to make the construction bots, my local construction bots in base, make them less overwhelmed with all of that replacement. So far the plan is working out. At least the unloading is relatively smooth. I don't have any significant delays in delivering anything that I can deliver at this point. It was working much worse, so all I do right now, I'm trying to make it slightly better. Do you have enough of the power? Probably not. Yeah, we got electricity issues. I don't have better personal batteries. I don't have bigger armor. I was so broke that I couldn't afford the basic production in this base. Trust me, llamas. It was awful. But now I believe that I can ask my Spidertron. Oh no. Oh no, I left. Now I am going to look through every Spidertron to look for the personal roboport. Alright, so Mr. M was supposed to upgrade everything. Fine. Fine, so maybe this is how it's gonna work? Yes! Alright. Because we got portable coffee machines here. Do you have arachnophobia? Not really, Laser. You know that I just don't like spiders much. Although sometimes I feel strange around them. The bigger the spider, the worse it gets. And I think that the devs nailed it. The new movement of the Spidertron. It's much more creepy. It's still a bit artificial, as it should be, but let's say that I feel much more disturbed than I am right now when I see a Spidertron. No way, we use up all of the transport belts. Oh no. We don't have anything anymore. And there are two ways to handle this. I could possibly replace everything that is not placed with the yellow belts, but of course it's not going to resolve the issue. And I don't want to do that anymore. Especially because we don't have this path anyway. Spiders are creepy, but small jumping spiders are cute as well. Oh, yes. The jumping spiders are incredibly cute and colorful, and they move in such funny ways. Probably you have seen the video on YouTube in which the tiny jumping spiders were making all of their mating dance and stuff, and somebody made it into them dancing to YMCA song by Village People. Yeah. I surely have some arachnophobia, Laser says, but yes, jumping spiders are cute. Yes, they are. I think it's the compactness of them. It's like a chubby little baby. Pony, I believe that you might be right. At least to me, the bigger the teeth get, I believe that it's not called teeth, but please forgive me as I can't find better words for now. They got... Everything is smaller, and you might be aware of the fact that they won't be able to pierce through your body. They won't be able to bite you. And if you see a big spider, then it can possibly bite you. Not to mention that they might or might not be poisonous, venomous, one of these words. I never know which one to use. I believe that the snakes are venomous, but spiders poisonous or venomous? I am not sure which word should I use. Anyway, you probably know what I mean. So let's forget about that for a second. If the big spider is going to bite you, then it's gonna hurt anyway. And nobody wants this experience, right? Not to mention all of those tiny, tiny pieces of their hair that they kinda shed as the defensive mechanism that is going to make you go crazy and just scratch your body. Yeah, I prefer to just avoid them. Poison, you bite it. Venom, it bites you. Venomous, if it bites you, it's venomous. If you bite it, it's poisonous. Could also just say toxic. Alright. Thank you so much, guys, for your help. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, because words might be hard at some point, but it's good that we resolved that on stream, so at least I learned something new. Thanks to you guys. Always good to have some help. I like how we said the same thing. Yeah! I appreciate that even more, because as far as I'm concerned, Haz is not a native English speaker either. So that's great. Maybe we have the chance to learn something together. Okay guys, there is no way for me to wait for all of this to be done. I will just try to patch up whatever I can. And let's get back to the rails, because this loop is something I don't need anymore. I wanted it temporarily to make sure that these trains can arrive at the station. Oh, they are actually getting unloaded. Would you look at that? Probably because we're adding much more of the conveyor belts right there. You're copying me. Oh, Haz, how dare you? How dare you to accuse Pony of doing such thing? I am disgusted, Haz. I thought that you are a very, very polite Goblin-Llama. Right, let's get back to this thing. If I could get rid of this already. They will turn right no matter what. So this area is not needed at all. All of these signals, they are not needed. yes, it's gonna be fun if I stumble upon the no path. The no path situation again. But we'll see, we'll see. I think that everything is supposed to work. So maybe I will be able to get rid of everything before the train leaves the station, so I can test it. Okay, I don't want this, I don't want that. Oh no. Some other bots wanted to deconstruct it. Whatever. 20 seconds of inactivity, here we go. It's gonna work because we would have no path already. So you turn left, then you go this way, all around that copper ore patch. Let's not discuss it. And this part is used exclusively by this one train, and it goes both ways. But it's not worth it anymore. It's only 362k. Let it sit right there. I will just deconstruct it when I am done with it. I am not going to think about it much anymore. Just reduce the amount of train tracks for now. But this part of train track, this is 24 million ore patch that I need to keep for much longer. And I need to extend this station. So instead of loading only 4 cargo wagons, I would like to load 8 cargo wagons. And it's definitely possible. It's just a matter of copying, pasting the existing solution, maybe adding some more splitters, some buffers. This was made randomly, so you can see that this is tiny abomination in itself. When you are very desperate to get more of the base ore, then you end up doing something like me. Or maybe you get legit blueprints that I don't have for this kind of loading. But it's something. It works. It's slow, but it works. Now, if I would have to put another 4 cargo wagons, probably I would have to extend that loop and make it slightly different. Also, I want to remake it into 2 train tracks anyway. And for the most part, I am able to do this, especially with that straight rail. It would be great to use it as kind of main highway, just like you have the main bus. To handle different types of trains. Although it is a bit too close to the water, and this is another struggle I usually experience, because I try to leave as much of the water as I can. Again, in vanilla, you can't deconstruct the landfill, and I don't want to install mods just to be able to do that. If vanilla doesn't allow this, then I try to play according to vanilla rules. There is going to be one change, only one change, but it's purely like cosmetic item. One of the llamas has made me a lovely tiny gift, which is a simple chest, but it's like a llama statue. If you can see my llama in a spacesuit, that is my avatar that you can see on the screen right now. They made it into a llama wearing the spacesuit, and it's purely a chest. So this is the only modification I am going to add to this scenario, but still I am going to consider it vanilla. Doubling the train length, 2-stage loading, yes. I want to do the loading on both sides, especially if I can afford it, because we got 24 million iron ore right there and 21 million out there, and additionally 19 million out there. We could do like quick double-sided loading. We could do that, but first I want to think about the train tracks, because this is an abomination. I know it is. And we need to squeeze through all of that. I mean, yes, this is only one train so far, and yes, speaking of the devil, that's the train I'm talking about. I might just make this area shared, just as I made it with the oil. Forgive me, train gods, because I have sinned. I know I have sinned, but this is not enough of the space to handle it in any reasonable way. It's just not possible, so I did this to myself. And also later we will have to handle copper the same way, to turn off this copper unloading station because it works exactly the same way. Yes, Llamas, there is a lot of temporary solutions, and these trains, at least these train stations, are unloading both sides. I just need to make it into huge 16 by 16 balancers that are full balancers, not with very, very sad yellow splitters. I know. By two-stage, I mean it loads the front half, pulls forward, loads the back half. Okay, so it's not going to split in a very, very savage way, like you can see right there. I never really handled the good loading, to be honest. So it's worth considering it one day, but right now I need to work on the train tracks. And how am I going to do it? Because I'm planning to use some kind of highway setup in the future, and this could be our temporary highway for every train possible, including this copper or train that I could just move out of this part. I was hoping to have something relatively close to the main bus that would be the main railway, and I was planning this one, but back in the day I was thinking only about the two-way train tracks, because in my very first base I had something that I called the train taxi. It was one cargo wagon train that was going both ways, even without the loops. There were two locomotives on the opposite sides, and I was using it to travel across the whole base. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you because it's 0.18 version of the game, I believe. 0.17, 0.18, something like that. And I don't know where I got this save. I'm sure I have it. I would have to look for it and downgrade Factorio version. So for now, it's not possible. Although I wanted to make taxi train this way and make it yellow and make it fun, but something got in between, and it's not possible to have the highway train here. One does not simply squeeze in the highway train. I think that I will have to landfill this area. I don't like it. I think I will have to do it. I feel so guilty every time when I have to landfill something. Guys, this is incredible. I know that you could possibly leave only one tile, but it feels like such a waste. So I try to landfill as little as possible. Kenny, welcome back. Are you having lunch with Bells by any chance? Are you giving her a hug already? Okay, we'll try to make it into... I will try to make it into the highway. And Llamas, I am praying that this is enough of space in between. All I can do is to pray that it kind of works. So we've got one of F my life. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe that there are 4 rails of distance by any chance. I believe that Inter was mentioning to me how big of the distance we should have for the kind of comfortable train situation. And I believe this is the same distance pretty much. Yes, so I believe that this is going to be a good solution, at least for now. Later I am going to be mad at myself and tell myself that I should have done better. Most likely. Oh god, please no. Forgive me, train gods. Forgive me, llamas. I'm still very, very noobish when it comes to trains. I need to forgive myself as well. But it's worth it. I'm learning. The pain will be worth it. No pain, no gain. Oh yeah, I could definitely make it into the stream title for the next week's Darkest Dungeon 2 playthrough, because I am spamming the flagellants. I had to eat solo today. Haven't seen her since she left for work this morning. Alright, Kenny. But make sure that you give her the hugs. And also... Are you already getting hyped for your vacation time, Kenny? I know that you still have a few weeks, but... You know, just wondering. 1, 2, 3, 4... I believe that this is the correct amount. 1, 2... What? 1, 2... Okay. 1, 2... Don't mind me. I'm kinda trying to avoid the inevitable, but... Well... It's not that stupid after all. I just need to be patient. I'm doing this for the first time in a long time. Can we replace it like this? Yeah. I just need a bigger chunk. See guys, before I do anything else, I just feel the need to add another train tracks. If today's stream is mostly going to use train tracks, like I already convinced myself that I need to do that this time, that I need to try to untangle this mess, I will try to do that. By the way, it's not like I am suffering too much, because that's where the fun starts to me, and I wish I could get different save games from somebody who already built their base, and it's some kind of spaghetti, and I could just get into it, try to figure out how is it done, and start untangling it. This is my favorite part of Factorio. And it's not fun to do something that I've made myself. Okay, I brought these problems to myself, and it's great because I don't remember what was I thinking when I built all of this. On the other hand, well, it would be really fun to just get somebody else's project and be able to do it, to do the same thing. Okay, I think I need smaller chunk. And then the bots that are in the network are going to handle this, but of course I'm going to follow that path and hopefully improve it a little bit. Oh yeah. That was easy to predict. So easy to predict. I will make it slightly different. So we will turn to the left side. Yes, yes, you have seen it correctly. Forgive me, train gods. Please bless me with your mercy. Please do not allow my character to get killed by a passing train. What do we say? To the gods of trains, not today. But surprisingly, as much as I can tell myself, yes, I've been doing stupid things in this map, surprisingly many of those things work. And it's not about working in any effective way. It's not about being balanced. It simply works. And sometimes that's enough. That it simply works. I want to copy and paste all of this solution, including the lamps. And I still try to find the place where I could use let there be light. Channel point reward. So there is one spot in between and it's perfect for a lamp. Great. So I will replace that lamp. If I see correctly, this should be aligned nicely. No way! I haven't predicted, I think I haven't predicted that I'm going to make this train longer at some point. I think. But that's fine, I'm happy about it. We will be able to add 4 more cargo wagons, and I think that there is no need in hiding the fact that I would be happy to chase that train from now on. Which train is that? It goes to the southern part, I am sure. So it's either this train. Yes, this is the southern part. We switch to manual and it's going to be a really, really quick, tiny fix. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this train is ready to get back to the station where it's gonna load stuff. But of course, it's not ready yet because I need to run really fast. Because this train is gonna be next, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So this train will have some issues loading stuff because it's not built yet. So I made it a little bit too fast. But now it's time to simply run towards our so-called mall. That is not fully functional mall yet, by the way. I still got some to-do list set up right there of what I need to add. But the mall should be a little bit below the red circuit, at least in my opinion. But this is very, very old build. We are at the core of my base. That was planned at the very beginning when I was starting the Agoraphobic Megabase. I think I didn't even know that I am going to call it Agoraphobic Megabase back then. So it's a long time ago. We will need a ton of splitters, fast inserters. Of course, we could use the general stack inserters, but I don't have too many. Yes, they are on to-do list. This is something that I could do off stream. I wouldn't mind doing that off stream as long as I have time. I don't feel good today. I think that this stretch wasn't enough and that my spine my back in general is going to hate me for this, which is not a new thing, to be honest. So at least I will try to connect some parts of this train. And also I need to keep in mind to keep the right side logic to not reverse it, just like in this part of the train tracks. Nothing broke yet. Come on, guys, we need to unload faster. To unload faster, we need to produce faster. I'm stuck in the loop. So I am at the mall. Let me pick up some more of the train tracks as well. As many as we can. No. It's not in the trash slots. It's getting in here. And also Inter doesn't have the bots yet because I can barely afford the bots. Let's be honest. Wow, the guy, welcome. Good evening. It's been a while. How have you been? How is life treating you? I'm so happy to see you again. What games are you playing lately? I hope that you're doing well. Welcome to my Agoraphobic Megabase. This is a bunch of really nice surprises, guys. I am so happy to see so many llamas saying hi in the chat that I haven't seen in a while. You were awesome. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you. Okay, let me think, because I have lost my train of thoughts. We have been reading Factorio Friday Facts today, and I'm looking forward to play Space Age, but now I am dealing with spaghetti train tracks, like true spaghetti. So make sure that you're calm. You will need to stay calm. I was supposed to pick up chests and inserters. Yeah, I think so. And rails and signals. I can possibly just follow along what I have marked to be done. I am trying to make kind of railway highway that would possibly allow me to have something like a main railway that would be used by different types of trains. Something that runs alongside my main bus. Can't wait for the 2.5D tracks. I can't wait either. It gives me so strong roller coaster tycoon vibes. Oh guys, this is going to be even bigger spaghetti. I know I'm going to have a lot of fun with that, and that's why I want the 2.0 to be released as soon as possible, because I want to implement it on this map. The guy says, started the last year of high school and I have been studying music, playing the tuba. Oh, this is nice. I need to admit I am a little bit jealous because I enjoyed playing music myself. I have played about 2 instruments if I'm not mistaken, but I can't really read notes. So I can barely read basic notes and I need to know the song to be able to play it. So that's awesome that you are studying the music. Oh, I wish I could have this kind of experience as well. As of right now, I have been playing War Thunder, Euro Truck Simulator 2, and The Sims. You're playing The Sims! But which one? The Sims 4? Or, you know, the classic ones? Oh my god, I will have to check what is going on with our Norris family. But it wasn't Chuck Norris, it was... What was his name? I had this tiniest house challenge, remember? I was pretty much abusing the game logic in order to do the weirdest things ever. That's neat. What kind of instrument? Oh, mostly I was playing keyboard, and I believe that I was playing flute a bit, but it was a matter of remembering the music, remembering the tempo, because I can't read that. Just very basic notes. It's something that I can handle, nothing else really. But I believe that my family never wanted me to learn to play any musical instruments. Maybe because they didn't want to handle a lot of noise in the house. This is the yeah, there is a high chance that this happens. Okay guys, wait, I need to focus because we're definitely going to get no path in here. Okay, so some of the parts of the train tracks will have to be shared, as I mentioned before. And you're playing The Sims 4! This is so nice. There are so many DLCs for The Sims 4 that I am getting a headache. And also, I believe that there are some controversies around The Sims 4 in general. But I am living under the rock lately. I was much more involved in playing RimWorld. Especially if the llamas' names are involved and you can accuse me of being the great oppressor just as usual. Alright guys, there is a chance that it's gonna work. It will need a few of the touch-ups, but the general concept, well, I can rebuild that. Definitely this can be rebuilt to fit my needs in maybe. I am trying to borrow as many of the elements as I can. Because I know myself, and it's going to be very annoying to get all of these curves right. Instead, see, I am already... My soul is already crying and begging for help. I told you guys, this would be my hell. If I would end up in hell, and I would have to face the eternal punishment, that would be pre-Factorio 2.0 train track placement. With bots that are out of logistic network, this would be my eternal punishment. Alright, this train is not gonna work anyway. Right, maybe. And we can't even... Wait a minute. Oh, this was manual. Big brain llama. Clap, clap. Big brain. And this is the train that is going to have no path situation going on. Don't look at how early Factorio had rails done. I know, useless pony. I know that when it was in early access, it's possible that it was much worse than it is right now. I just feel like I am so clumsy when trying to build any train tracks. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Simple as that. And I feel like a giant noob when I am doing this on stream. Every every single time. It just bothers me. It simply bothers me. Okay, I am adding to existing solution, so this train should work. Unironically, there is a chance that it will work. Okay. It's just a matter of few little spots, but other than that, I was building the train tracks that... Yeah! This will work. The train will travel towards the station. There is no problem with that. Okay. We won't be able to load that train. Yes, I agree. Other than that, no problem. Maybe we got some spare ore to throw into this train, and that's it pretty much. Let's get back, because that train is going to arrive at the station soon, and this time the train is not going to hit me. Yay! Hey, wait for me! Wait for me, I've got very short legs. I can't run that fast. I am trying to fill all of the train tracks, and yes, this should be replaced. Yes. Okay, I won't be able to make a loop and get back because there is additional split. So I will have to work on that. So this is the additional split that I'm talking about, that I was supposed to work on. Yeah. Lazy bots? What are you doing, lazy bots? Are we in the network? For God's sake, what are you doing here, little bots? Alright, we got the tracks right there. Oh, it's still a blueprint, and this is why it wasn't a problem. And nice! We can build most of it. Very, very, very nice. I am going to use absolutely terrible splits to do that. Suggestion: wouldn't having a buffer at the station between the train and the belts free up the train more? Like having a big chest being filled by the train and then fill the belt. I am not sure what are you talking about, because I got the steel chests right there. And of course this loading is absolutely awful. I'm not denying that. Let me focus on getting this connection done. And this connection done, because I know that I am out of logistic network here. This goes here, this goes here, it should work. And of course this train is not going to get fully loaded just because I am in the middle of building it, but I've got some absolutely random pieces of ore left here and there that I might actually clean up of my bots. Yes, this is my Spider-Tron army on a budget. Only they can shoot with the personal laser defense. This is my only way to get rid of the biters. The biters are peaceful, by the way. This is the first time when I attempt to build the Megabase, and this is why it's more convenient. This time I gave up, and I didn't want to defend my base. After 800 hours, I finally play with the peaceful biters. That's some kind of strange achievement, isn't it? So, okay, just load it manually if you have to. For now, I'm here anyway, so... Bear with me, llamas. You've seen many, many worse things, I know. Tip from a noob. Make BPS for standardized train blocks, turns, intersections, and such. Oh, blueprints. Yes. I have some blueprints, but this is a mess. I have only one nice legit blueprint book that is a really good template to make most of the stuff in the factory with the assembling machines. Other than that is a giant mess. So the train blueprints, oh yeah. Here's the part, here's the part, here's the other part, here's another part. I've got at least 6 loop blueprints that are made separately from each other because I forgot that I got the previous blueprint. My memory might be quite bad at times. Never mind, I apparently have bad eyes. Oh, don't worry about that, the guy. Don't worry, I always try to make a buffer in between the wagons. I always did that. Thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated. Can you really hear when I need to drink some more liquids or something? I have been really neglecting this lately, and it's not a good thing. If you're a streamer, stay hydrated at all times. No excuses, and also stretch. Alright, get rid of that mess. Oh, let's put it into a buffer. Whatever. Bye-bye, train. No path. Okay. Well, this is why I test stuff, right? I believe that this is extremely easy to resolve. I just don't see the solution yet. Well, of course you've got no path, because you forgot, Llama, you forgot to put some rails in place. Maybe that's why there is no path. I wonder what's going on. What a scatterbrained llama. Be surprised that you can't move your train. SMH. Yep, and I keep all of those curves because I need to copy and paste the existing solution. I roughly want to make it nice. Using the same distance, possibly. Cyber King, thank you so much for your follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Real Abomination Megabase. I'm not getting triggered over power pulse. Okay. Okay, guys. There is a special command, !salt. You are free to use it. This is free for everyone to use. Also, I need to flex because I've made the new emote, the rage emote. And I think that it's about time to use it today. Let's not discuss my mistakes. I'm sure that the train gods are going to punish me. I told you that this is going to be my eternal punishment. Not getting triggered. I'm not getting triggered. Jesus. I promise you guys. I promise you. One day, this factory is going to look better. One day. Not necessarily today, but one day. And I could throw in a big purple here, can I? Also, I like to put lamps around big purple as a part of, you know, let there be light. The only fun thing about trains in Factorio is that they give me that soothing experience when I hear all of that stopping sounds, because they remind me of GTA 2 so much. And I am very sentimental about playing GTA 2. Yeah, we got a lot of those weird segments. Probably this will have to be rebuilt, but trust the process. Yep. Slowly, gently. This is how the Llama's Megabase is built. Something is misplaced. This looks like a job for super force build. Rip everything up and place this right there. I really look forward to the train tracks that you can build above the ground. This is a blessing. I just can't wait for that. And also, I would like to make some roller coaster tycoon type of solutions, because why not? Yes, I was a fan of roller coaster tycoon when I was a little llama. I am very sentimental about some games, as you can probably tell. Oh my lord, okay. Misclicks happen. I am a bit tired. That's it. Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh, dodged it. Nice! This time I was lucky. But why do we have that curve? Why I can't simplify it? Why I never tried to simplify it? Probably I was avoiding the landfill. I try to avoid landfill as much as I can, because I try to keep it the pure vanilla version, except that one chest that I am going to add, because that llama in a spacesuit is amazing. Yeah, it's about the landfill. Oh, come on. Just landfill some random spots. I believe that's it. We don't need anything else. Can I... I'm not salty. I am not salty. Bear with me, llamas. Lazy bots. You don't have electricity. You've got electricity. What's wrong with you? Are we in the logistic network? Yes, we are in the logistic network, and my lazy bots from the base were supposed to build that, but I don't want to wait for them until they get stuff done. So, yeah, thank you, but I will have to continue myself. Do you know that I had no idea about the rotating option like this until about 2 or 3 weeks ago, after 800 hours of Factorio? Oh no, I misclicked. No. Remember the eternal punishment thing that I mentioned? It's nothing. There is nothing that couldn't be fixed. It's Factorio after all. I'm not sure I would admit that. To admit what? There is no need to hide anything if you're a talking llama. It's strange enough. So, what would you like to avoid admitting? That's quite a lot of Factorio. Please keep in mind that basically I was playing only 40 hours of Factorio before I started streaming it, and I have been streaming it ever since, and I just know that I'm idling quite a lot, because this is a game in which I can focus purely on the conversations in the chat. So yeah, interactions are much more important to me than Factorio, and I know that it might bother some of you. I get it, I respect it. On the other hand, I can't do it any other way. I would have Ctrl-Z that rail mistake. See? I just do some things automatically. But I remember all too well that E is used in the RimWorld as the rotate button, and I use it automatically. It's just not enough of Factorio that I've played, in my opinion. Haven't played this regularly. I couldn't care less about some things. I YOLO many things that I shouldn't have. So it definitely might trigger some people, I get it. That's the llama's way, apparently. This needs to be removed. Let me guess, the lazy bot. Now this curve doesn't make any sense anymore. Yes. The llama from the past is very disappointed. No, the llama from the present and the llama from the future are very disappointed with the llama from the past that never bothered to learn how to build according to the grid. Forgive me, the train gods. Forgive me, Factorio gods. We live, we learn. Maybe that's the worst part, but I need to admit that I enjoy a bit of chaos. Quite a bit of chaos. Okay, this should work already. By the way, back in the day when I was building this, I didn't have the giant power poles because I couldn't afford the basic production. It takes time to set up those mental pathways that say the situation has this set of shortcuts, and even more so to get multiple setup. Yes. And I still need to handle chatting, which is not a big deal. On the other hand, I just get distracted quite a lot, so... It's just me being a llama, basically. Yay, the unload is supposed to work, but wait a minute. I don't necessarily want to get there. Bye! Spider trolls! Come to me. See, they would be taking shortcuts. And this is what I was talking about when trying to read today's FFF and comment on it. That's exactly what I am talking about. Let's say I am going to move the Spidertron and use shift in order to give them multiple commands. But no matter how the Spidertron is moving, the other spiders that are following it are taking the shortcuts, and technically it's not bad. On the other hand, if you want to move around the obstacles, it is worth it to follow exactly the same path as the original Spidertron. So, yep. And if Spidertron goes this way, then the other spiders that are much slower because they got only one exoskeleton mounted, they're going to take a shortcut, and maybe there will be... they're faster than I expected. I definitely should have some spacing figured out and the blueprints to have any possible piece with the same spacing, so I don't have to do it like I do right now. Oh, llamas, keep distracting me. I just love having conversations, so I didn't want for anyone to feel that you're distracting me. I just like talking and hanging out with you guys. Okay. I haven't noticed that it was supposed to explode. Guess that I'm getting tired. Yeah, there are just a few things that need to be patched up, and of course there is going to be some really strange patches where I will have to remove something or add something, but it's nothing in comparison to the existing solution that needs to be remade. And yeah, this should be removed. This should be removed, I guess. Yep. Looks good to me. Wait a minute. This is alright. And here we get to this really strange point, which I'm going to leave for a second, because we need to continue down south. The spacing is bad. At least I want to roughly keep that spacing. And now you might think, oh no, she's doing this again. Yes, I am definitely throwing more of the signals here. Yes, I am doing that. Seriously, I'm doing that. But before I make some trains to stop, I want to build everything in between. And then I am planning to do something about that. Oh no, please. This is... Wow, this is the cliff explosive space. Do you know which spot we got to? Guys, this is very close to my spawn point, and this is the first area where I established my base. good old times. I haven't moved that in ages, and yes, if you have been wondering, of course that I kept my broken starship. And the guy mentioned that they are playing The Sims lately. I wish I could have this kind of decoration in The Sims 4, for example, and that would give plus 10 beauty stats to place around. But of course I am derailing the topic. Yes, we are going to build the rails. But this needs to be picked up, unfortunately. And we get to the fun part. This needs to be shared. Oh, this needs to be shared. Unless I move the coal train. Because honestly, this coal train was used for a very long time. Like, this is one of the very, very early setups too. And I would love to mention that it's not needed right there, because the main reason why I need the coal is to make plastic. There is no other need to provide the coal. Maybe as some kind of backup, but currently I am in this kind of situation that allows me to use it as a backup solution, mostly plastic production, but not even backup, I think, because we are making so many solid fuel pieces and the rocket fuel pieces that coal is not needed anymore. But if I would have to switch this train, let's assume I would like to unload the train track. Where am I going to put it? The plastic production is located here. I try to avoid landfilling as much of the space as I can, so I want to keep as much of the water as I can around. On the other hand, I don't see the point in using coal here. There is no other spot. It goes directly towards the plastic production, as it should be. So what if I am going to expand the plastic production? What if I am going to landfill the northern part of this pond? Like, whatever. I guess that it's pond because it's much smaller than anything else around me. If I landfill this, it's going to be much faster than this landfill. Then this landfill, I had enough of landfill on hand. So what if I am going to use this coal train? We extract it right here, and we can just move around separately to another station. Which doesn't really fit my general concept, because we're not going to be connected in any way to any kind of main railway. On the other hand, at least I would get rid of this nasty stuff in the middle. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, but first let me finish that piece. I just need to make sure that I have some plan this time. This time. Please put it somewhere else, not in my net. No, 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 no. No, we don't want to keep any of the grenades. bit sad about the weather today, the guy says. Me and the rest of the music students were going to sing as a choir at a fireworks festival, but the storm came and it had to be cancelled. Oh, I'm so sorry, the guy. It had to be cancelled, but maybe they might move that festival anyway, because the bad weather is obviously nobody's fault. So maybe it can be delayed. I got some free time from it, although it was wet when I went home. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, but I am sure that you will have many, many opportunities to participate in this kind of event. So I am crossing my human puppet fingers for you. I just know that it's upsetting right now and feel bad for that. But it's just the damn weather thing. What can we do? They said they would try to do it again next year. Will you be able to participate next year? I hope so. Alright, this will end up in this spot. Llama, don't get stupid ideas. Don't get stupid. I will. Oh no. Okay, I can hide some of these builds. I didn't do that for oils, but I would have to rebuild this train track first if I want to do anything about that. And we have another crossing, of course. Yeah, the oil train is working. Still no crash. You're unloading way, way, way too slow. Come on. Nothing has crashed yet. What's going on here? Oh no. We need some more chaos. Chaos stops only when I stop the stream and stop playing the game. Bots? Energy? No? What's the issue? We're in the network, right? Of course, this is the central part of the base after all. I mean, central? If we think about the spawn point, then yes. Oh, Lamas, you see what I am planning right there? Yes. Yes, this is what I am planning right there. And what if... Okay, that train doesn't really need to make it... That train doesn't need this kind of solution, because only one train, for now, only one train, is using this train track in general. I will leave it to the future Llama. Of course, I am going to regret that dearly, although we are very limited when it comes to space. That makes me think that I'm doing the right thing. Oh, Llamas. Even if I am very annoyed, even if I tell you guys, yes, I'm a bit salty about that, I just hoped that I will be able to do this stuff faster. And I'm a bit upset that I approach this so slowly, that I have to test everything. Because I believe that, yeah, it might be a bit tedious to watch. I am aware of that. Alright, guys, it doesn't look It doesn't look half bad, it only looks a bit bad. Sleepy time for HazHaza. Bye-bye. You said bye, hey. So you say goodbye and you say hi afterwards. No, I'm just joking and using puns. Take care of yourself, Haz. See you around next time. If we're going to use this train track, then we will have to split it. This goes this way, this goes this way, and it should work. But of course we're going to struggle with no path. Now, this part, I hope that... I think that this is lubricant. No, this is not lubricant. This is copper, Yeah, this is copper train. Hey, makes for the best bed. Of course it does. I'm glad that I convinced you. So it's time to hit the hey. Yes. Take care, Haz. Thank you so much for your visit. Guys, Haz is amazing. Make sure that you follow them. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Something is terribly wrong here. I mean, this is one-sided. Okay. It is me who messed up. This is good. It goes only one way. And now we need to add another chain signal in this spot. Chain signal in this spot. Yeah. Chain signal here. And the rail signal here. And everything should work correctly. Should. We'll see. And now let's fill all of the other blanks. And I am getting really close to the original part of the station, like original part. Part of the original station that still needs slight rebuilding. What was I thinking here? Alright, so we are crossing the paths with the train that we cross our paths with again, because logic. This will be disabled for a very short amount of time, so I think it's time to make that work. And that's why the right side is disabled. This train track should be disabled because this is a one-way train track and it goes towards the south. So that's correct. I thought that I messed up something at some point. But no, this is how it is supposed to work. So here we get chain signal, rail signal. What's next? I believe, yes, this train track goes both ways. That's why we need another signal here. Okay, move this around to make it work. Right. This is very close to each other. I hope that all of the logic is gonna work in here. Yes, and then yes, this train is going to pass like this. And these train tracks, it's okay. But I need to remove the left side. This and that. So the right part of the train goes towards the unloading station. And then using right side of train gets back towards the south. Yes, it should work. If not, we will get no path again. This is done, this is done, this is done. I think that we are close to finish. But But now I need to resolve this. How can I make this better? There are two separate trains. One of them is going the way that I mentioned, the way that I'm working on. And the second train is going different way. And it's not worth it to turn it into two one-way train tracks because it's only 340k, 343. So I just want for it to deplete and then deconstruct that part, deconstruct the station, and maybe keep some of the rails for future use, so I don't have to place them down again. But that's something I don't want to bother myself with too much. And this is... Okay, I will just split in this part. I don't think there is need to do anything else about that. Or just split it after we got through the shared part, and it should be okay. Failing and trying again is a great way of learning. Yes, it is. And of course I am planning to use the train to travel through it manually, if possible, or automatically. Depends. Manually if there is some mistake that I have made. But in general, I just want to make sure that it works. And check all of the signals in between. Are there changing the signals to the color that I expect them to change? That should be okay. This is the right side. We wait here, then we go this way. When we get back, we use this train track. We go straight towards the right side and we go this way. Yes, this should work. Unless I forgot about something, and I'm sure that I forgot about something. It's just a matter of time. Which train? Oh, you're still emptying the cargo inventory. Okay, wait, maybe I will manage to get there. Thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated, Llama Boy. Thank you, guys. I need to drink much more of water, yes. Let's save the game and see the world burn. Unless I haven't connected something. I think I missed something. No, this is the shared part. It looks awful, but it's the best I can do. This part is the biggest choke point. This one is a big choke point as well, but I mean, I love that design. Am I weird? Let's help this train to unload. That's why I got 20 seconds of inactivity after all, so I can help it, because I know that all of this ore is going to be needed in the future for smelting, so it's good that we're unloading it. And then 20 seconds of inactivity, so I will be able to either jump onto the train or do something else. And I wonder... No, I will need to pick up some of the items. So I'm not going to jump onto the train. But this time I don't want to send this train away, that's why I just help it to unload manually as soon as I can. Alright, 20 seconds of inactivity, let's go. Spaghetti trains. I'm glad that I can deliver some great spaghetti to you, Llama Boy. I'm glad that you're satisfied. See? This time... no big issues. For God's sake, this is different train. Wait a minute. Which train was it supposed to be? Get the hell back. You're not the train I'm looking for. Hello? Where's the train I'm looking for? Oh no, it's at the station. Get back here! Italians would be proud. I hope so. But at least it is able to see the path. And I believe that it needs to work 2 ways in order to see the path, so it should be okay. And I think it's about time for you to figure out that probably I don't have enough of the side tracks to handle all of this. Yes, probably I don't have enough of the side tracks. Because the trains that are competing to get to this station and unload their ore. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 4. I expected 5. So we are barely making it, in my opinion. I will have to make it bigger at some point. But okay, it's waiting. Let's make it... Let's make it go this way. And I know that it looks awful that this train is already trying to go to the station, but I don't mind that, to be honest. I might want to replace that, I might not want to replace that. For now, I got some other priority. Okay, go, go, go. Well, there is definitely a path, so I think that this time I have done everything correctly enough. So at least the train is working, although it would be nice to make a manual check just to make sure that all of the signals work the way I expect them to work, so they turn red or they turn blue. But I've got some really strange disco situations in a few places, or I think they could be resolved already. And of course, the next thing is quite obvious. We need to make this station, if it's bigger right now, we need to load it with the real ore. But this is something I can do off stream. This is less important than the train tracks. And I believe that this would be a really solid part that could allow me to make the railway highway in the middle of my base. And I could try to use... Oh, wait. Maybe we can turn this area into giant railroad crossing that would allow me to replace that spot. This is the lubricant station. So I've got 2 lubricant stations right there, but I could just join it to the existing train tracks that I have made today. And I would simplify things so much more. But of course it needs a big, solid railroad crossing in the middle of all of that. And probably it's not going to work that easily, because you know that I am trying to make the existing solutions work for as long as possible and then just add little changes and just plug in the new solution without stopping the previous one. But it is possible. What about this copper unloading train? Because I got rid of the original iron unloading train that was there for a long time. This was the old station. There is no station anymore. And of course we got some spaghetti right there, but it's manageable. At least it's 2 one-way train tracks. Except this tiny shared area. What about this copper ore train? Okay, it arrives right there. This is old copper ore station. But I think the train could possibly go to the unloading station. What if it does already? Maybe I just need to get rid of the station itself. I think I was working on that on last stream. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's possible. Let me save the game once again. How did I gamble? Forgot how to gamble. Alright, so you check the amount of hay bricks on Twitch with the exclamation mark hey command. Also, you go for party and amount to start a party. That's how you gamble with the hay bricks. And I mentioned Twitch because I'm multi-streaming to YouTube as well. And also, we got this awesome hay brick emote on Twitch for all of the followers to use for free. Yes, this... I wanted to say this station is still working, but nope, it's not here. I'm just waiting for all of this to be unloaded automatically so I can deconstruct it. So I believe that I did it last stream or maybe earlier. But this works the way I expect it to work. There is one little shared piece again. And we got double train tracks. And we got spaghetti right there that I'm not getting rid of. It's just too fun. And it works. So the train can arrive at the station. We got the side tracks. You are just unloading too slowly. And I believe that next time I will seriously have to think about making bigger smelting stations with beacons this time. And probably it's going to drain my production completely, like drain the energy production. Because this base, I believe it might consume about 800 megawatts. If everything fully works, I would expect this to happen. And I think that we just don't have enough of the production. The production stopped at some point. And that's why we got so low energy use. But this is just my theory. We need to check if it makes any sense. Okay, I think that as much as I don't like this idea. Although, there is something missing in here. Why do we have so much copper? And also it would be nice to just go around this place. This is out of logistic network and I could just replace those blue belts as long as I am producing blue belts. We've got way too much of stuff on the main bus. Way too much of stuff. It's a matter of red circuits, as always. Not enough of red circuits. What about the rockets? We have launched 176 rockets so far, and also we're barely making any purple science. And I mention that all the time, I need to work on the purple science, but all of that mess that started with the purple science production is that we don't have enough of assembling machines, but also we didn't have enough of the steel plates and we didn't have enough of any of these circuits. Maybe the situation is going to change from now on, not for red circuits, so we're getting back to VIP super exclusive smelting again, but there is no copper right there because copper ore is depleting. We need to connect it to the main copper. I've gained hay too much. Good for you, the guy. Also, you will be able to hit the hay from now on. Oh, guys. Okay. So, the VIP super exclusive copper smelting, copper and iron smelting, was supposed to be located right there with beacons, was supposed to be made exclusively to produce green circuits, and those green circuits are made exclusively to be turned into red circuits, and this is the big root of our problems. I mean my problems. I can't even watch. I can feel internal screaming of my soul. So working on smelting is going to be my soul redemption, I guess. So it's not about the trains anymore. It's about unloading it in a good way. Unloading is done, but then all of the balancing afterwards, all of the splitting afterwards, which is... Let's not comment on that currently, because I try to stay calm. And then we need to rebuild main smelting. So I believe that I will have to leave the trains for a while. And as much as it was fun to untangle stuff right there, there is not that much use in untangling this anymore when we don't have a solid, nice smelting. But this smelting hasn't been changed in... in a few months at least. I've made it when I started getting the electric smelters. And then I was trying to rebuild it once, I believe, and this is how I left it. Because I never had enough of the ore. This time I have enough of the ore, and I keep adding, which is great. There are many trains that are chilling at the stations. They are waiting to be unloaded. Also, I will be able to just replace the inserters with stack inserters that unfortunately I will have to make manually. And yes, that needs a few of advanced circuits. It is so bad with advanced circuits production. But at least we got the main product, and if I ever want to make it bigger, if I ever want to add additional trains, yes, I am waiting for that mess to happen before I even try to rebuild it. I want for this to crash. I want for this to crash so hard. Although, there is no reason for me to do anything else about it. But I can add this 55 million iron ore patch, this 20 million copper ore patch, that 28 million copper ore patch, and I can do this off stream. Plugging this into the existing solution is like copy paste because I already have this figured out. We've got awesome oil combined yield. Not sure about the stone because the stone is something that never had its own train station. The stone, I still use it at my base close to the main bus. And I have a few other stone stations that were made exclusively for landfill production. Oh, we got another copper ore station, 13 million. And those tiny stations, we could combine some of this stuff as well. And it looks like there is a giant lake right there, so maybe I could work on that. But this is a matter of outposts. At this point, they can be connected to these two rails. And I'm okay with that. We could make some kind of railroad crossing here, in this spot. Of course, we got a bit of crude oil in the way, and you might say that this is really low yield, so maybe I should give up on it. I had really severe shortages of the crude oil, so I'm not going to give up on any, even the smallest crude oil yield anymore. I will get rid of those cliffs. Maybe they should be marked already. This is supposed to be removed. This stuff, that stuff. And let's look at our to-do list, because the map itself is a great to-do list in itself. I'm sure that I left some information. Seriously, I stopped adding pinpoints. No, of course, we got plenty of tags right there. I just turned them off. Sulfuric acid lubricant station. The lubricant station location is not extremely bad. This one is better, but I'm using lubricant here as well. For the upgrades, add them all. Yes. But I would have to add the red circuits into all of that in order to get... the blue inserters, splitters. But why do I mention that? Of course, I could just use logistic network and move stuff around. I don't trust my bots. And also, I want to be able to get some of these chunks and use them kind of as ready pieces that connect with each other. This is my usual spaghetti when I don't have many resources. You can see that many of those assembling machines are connected to each other. Let's say we've got assembling machine right there that makes gears, and right now it is providing the gears to the assembling machine that makes the blue belts, but also it can be used to make the highest tier assembling machines. And the second tier... Wait, no, this is the first tier, this is the second tier, and I don't have the third tier. Wait a minute. I can't believe that. I can't. Wait, there is something wrong in here. And also we got the free Spidertron. What is it doing here? We need to add it to our tiny herd of spiders. Wait a minute. This is the first tier, second tier. And I believe we had the third one we need to have. Oh, yeah. Wait, isn't that on to-do list? It's not. I guess that it needs to be added to-do list unless I can see something. But there are many shared assembling machines that I don't mind using this way, especially if this is gears. So it would be nice to move all of that more towards the south and then plug in the red circuits. Of course, the red circuit production is not working right now, so I just try to figure out how to move everything more towards the south. One more hour until weekend begins, Kenny says. Awesome! Remember to hug bells, please. Okay guys, I am saving the game all the time, but at least I have the idea in mind what is supposed to be done next. Probably I will forget half of it before the next stream that is going to happen. Not the next week. Next week I won't be able to stream on Friday, and it's going to be like an exception. Because I got some private stuff to handle and I might not be back to the stream on time. So I will take the next Friday off and probably we will read Factorio Friday Facts on Monday afterwards. So I will have slightly more than a week to try to mess with some of the stuff at the base if I remember it, but I start seeing that at least I am getting rid of the old solutions, and I think that the placement for the first big railroad crossing should be here. Hope so. I will leave the question mark because I'm not sure. There. And I would like to make another one. I just want to call it as main. Somewhere around this spot, but I need to remember that I'm still sending the plastic to the main bus. And I could try to add more trains to load, unload, but all of the basic stuff, I want for it to be transferred with belts, just so I could possibly use some of these solutions in the Space Age DLC. And I'm not sure if we get an upgrade to Factorio 2.0 and then I get the DLC, is it going to be a separate scenario or not? Will I be able to use this current scenario that is going to be expanded or not? So I think that I might have to just start the new base, although I will be very happy to get back to this one. Have I done everything that I have planned today? In a way, yes. There is still a lot of untangling to do, but I have noticed that there are some severe problems related to the red circuit production that ties us to the smelting. And why have I put the fish as a to-do 6 to 6 balancer? Don't ask me, I don't remember. Alright, I think that I'm done for today. It's been almost 6 hours. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys, trying to untangle a lot of this mess. Thank you for staying with me when I was reading Factorio Friday Facts. I hope that you will visit next week, like a week and a half, not even week and a half, in about 10 days. I will be streaming on Monday, and we're going to continue with the Agoraphobic Megabase this time. So I am pretty sure that this is what I am supposed to do. Wait a minute, guys. I believe that I could raid somebody. Yes. Okay, I think that I will send you to World of Warcraft stream to a fellow miniature painter that is doing variety streams as well. Okay, so I will see you in about 10 days. In the meantime, make sure that you visit my social media to join Discord server, to check my YouTube channel, because this will turn into a VOD afterwards. If you're watching on YouTube, I hate saying this, but make sure that you subscribe and consider giving this video a like. How am I doing, guys? I'm still new to that. I hope that you will stay sane for the next stream to see even more spaghetti going on. As always, have a lovely rest of your day and night, depends on your time zone. Stay awesome, try not to die. What do we say to the gods of trains? Not today. And of course, Twitch is going to raid. Also, friendly reminder, if you enjoyed today's stream, if you enjoy some variety, then make sure you follow on Twitch too. Copy and paste the existing message. We're here to chew hay and party, and we're out of hay when we are going to visit Nelindi on Twitch. And yes, stay tuned for more spaghetti. Make some awesome spaghetti this weekend yourselves. Thank you everyone for following. Big thanks for raids to Tasty and the Cats and Colonel Will. Thank you for all the bits that you have thrown at me and spending all this time. Take care, bye, and we raid in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Make sure you make some noise on their channel.